Hello everyone and welcome back to more IMR action. And I'm John today, and who am I joined by?
Me again, Sin. Welcome back, everyone.
Yep, it's the lovely Sin with me today, and the two of us are going to be bringing you with more IMR action. So here's just going to be the brackets to check it out. As yesterday, D24 and RS has won the respective matches and are currently at the semifinals we're going to be seeing. So Sin, what are the matches we're going to be seeing today?
Well, today we're going to be seeing Team ASG, otherwise known as Astaga Toket Gede, or I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, I'm sorry. And we also have the other team, which is, based on the VCs, it's FJ.
Yeah, Fruit Juice, Fruit Juice and Astaga, and the other team we're going to be facing is God King versus Jinx. So hold on a second, I'm going to just contact both teams and I'm just gonna contact both teams when you're ready. Okay, so we're going to be entering the roster. So for Team Astatok I don't know how on earth am I supposed to read it. We have NDZR, Zhao Kan, Michigovian, Zell, Just Dickman, Cinnamon Roll, Rosovi and Little Cat. And for the second team for today, we have Fruit Juice, consisting of Ju, our lovely Ju who's commenting yesterday, Sushi, Sap, Nana, Squid, and Bleach. And honestly, I'm very excited of the matches because ASG is the team that is the #1 in terms of the rank, and we do have some very familiar names from IVC and KOA, being in Zhao Ka and Miao Pai, who is also in ASG.
Ooh, well, this will definitely be interesting to watch.
Definitely interesting. So, yeah, they're very interesting indeed. As I'm excited, and FJ did, there's also a couple of my friends over there, so I'm pretty excited to see them play. And also ASG, a couple of them are very well known in the IDV era or IDV community and stuff like that. Hold on. hold on. Can you talk for a bit while I respond to some questions?
Alrighty. Well, just to begin with this match, I'm going to look into the... Oh, actually, we haven't even started the map pick yet, so we'll simply... While we're waiting, let's discuss the matchups. Since ASG is one of the top ranked seeds for this tournament, alongside Fruit Juice, which is actually just based on previous matches we've seen of them, they are very formidable as an opponent.
Yep, they are very formidable, and we got to see Bleach just shine and do his and do Bleach things, because he actually did a 4-man elimination for free games too.
Let's see how the survivors. Yeah, I'm very excited to see how the survivors are going to go up against each other's hunters, because as we've seen throughout the past matches of this, it's mostly the hunters that are doing a lot of heavy lifting with it in terms of points.
Oh, by the way, here's just some fun thing, is that we're asking, hold on, ASG 1 coin flip. We're asking, are they ready in the picks and bans? and then Fruit Juice has sadly yes, because they're scared against ASG. And we're asking of the coin flips, and one thing to note is that Fruit Juice lost the coin flip, which I guess it should not even be a surprise, because adding from last IMR, they actually lost 5 coin flips in a row.
Ah, yes. The 5-time coin flip losers.
Yeah, no. I just had to communicate to Addy, and can you just also go to their chat and just ask them to add you?
Yeah. Sending the invites to them right now.
Yeah, I actually know know very early in advance what is ASG picking because like they did not know that they're supposed to wait for the map and they accidentally told me in advance. So I knew it would be the Chinatown, which is also pretty popular. So we are going to be waiting for ASG's, or rather a Fruit Juice faction order. So I think it's going to be whether they want their hunter to go first, doing bleach things, or their survivor.
So, I'm interested to see what they're going to decide for this faction order. Will they decide to apply pressure by choosing the faction which ASG is less formidable in, or will they go for the bleach opening?
I don't know, but like there's actually one strategy. One is to have Bleach do his things first and to hope to like get a good start so that ASG can respond accordingly. And the second one is to just like have the survivor play first, hopefully get a tie so Bleach can end.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Oh.
Yeah, there's some miscommunication with the staff, so we're just handling the situation currently.
Yeah. Well, there's actually not much to talk about when it comes to this one. There's not much to work with.
Oh gosh. Hold on, I'm just trying to... there we go. Fix it. Yeah, no, I just had to communicate. And yeah, I think you should have the FJ members added, right?
I do have at least one member from FJ added.
Yeah. Yeah, the faction is... We're waiting for the faction order here, but I really think it's just highly dependent on what they want to choose. Wait, I'm trying to find... I'm trying to go to stream so I can respond. Yeah, so sorry of the delay, everyone, as we're currently just handling some situations. And honestly, I personally also don't want things to end too late because I have to leave by 6:30, or else my mother would kill, or else Jung would not be alive as his mother would kill him.
Yes, the Asian mother slipper will come and get you. Put you 6 feet under the grave if you're even a moment late. And
yeah, not that because family dinner, so well. Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, faction, hunter first.
Alright.
Alright, send...
I do not have the friend request. They have not added me back.
Yeah, I'm trying to contact them. Okay, I contacted them, so yeah, just let me know if the Fruit Juice members already in.
Oh, I have the invite now. I am waiting for someone from... I'm looking for someone from FJ. I wonder if I already have Eddie in the room. I do not.
Yeah, just let me know when you set up the lobby so you can add me. I'm currently just working on the screens. ASG, let's see. Alright, what's the question we have? Finn, so are you making the lobby?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am waiting for someone from SG
Sorry!
to go online.
Oh, I did not see your invite. Oops. Alright, so a bit of a slow start, but we are ready as we're going to be heading into the band pick screen. And let me see, is the... Oh, I forgot to change the BGM. This is not the match point BGM. Oh, so Fruit Juice is not ready. Shaking my head. So is Fruit Juice still not in?
I'm looking for someone from Fruit Juice on my friends list.
Yeah, I don't see anyone
But
from...
I do not see anyone from Fruit Juice whatsoever. Where are they? I will add everyone from the Fruit Juice teams in hopes that one of them is online.
Yeah. Wait, what's the problem?
Oh, I already have Ju added. But I already have Slushy added. I don't know if I have Stab added. I will try to add Stab into the team.
I'm actually thinking with Chinatown, like we've seen Bleach with the opera singer. We also seen him with the hermit and the wax artist. Oh, so we are going to be seeing the first two being banned here, which is going to be the seer and the priestess, which I think this is really one of those situations that is like, you know what it is banned. I don't even bother to explain this ban because it's really just standard. But just one thing to note.
Yeah, it's a very, very standard band, but with a seer ban, it's most likely not a chip hit hunter.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Bleach with opera singer, so I would figure that. But we're waiting for Astaga to pick the two survivors. So I'm thinking, what would they pick? Because like, as we remember, everything that they picked will be entering into the perma bans. So they have to be a bit careful on what they pick here. But I think with between them being very seasoned, very seasoned players, and also like they're pretty seasoned players and very like experienced, I think they should be able to make the best. And oh, would you look at that? We're seeing some very interesting picks here, Sin.
Oh, a gardener and a lawyer?
I think they are really preparing for the opera singer, because Gardener is ironically one of the stronger characters against an opera singer, because her shields of regen to use to forcefully drag out more time. So I would imagine this is what they're aiming for here. We are going to be seeing the mercenary as the third band, so they're Bleach wants to remove a solid lit and Sable Rescuer, but I think if Astaga wants to like go full on counter against an opera singer, they can just pick the coordinator here or a wildling here as like a reinsurance to make it to the chair. Sin.
Honestly, I think full investing into the anti-opera singer team with like a coordinator would be a little risky. I think you just want to go for someone who's good, like very good against opera singer, but also good against other hunters. Not just someone who's very specific to countering opera singer here. Because it's Chinatown, there's the options for a lot of hunters. Especially someone like, let's say, Breaking Whale, Wax Artist.
Oh, and also the Hermit, the same Hermit Bleach 4K with. We did receive the first officer of the third selection here. And by the way, you can see if you can invite the ASG members. They aren't here in the lobby. So the fourth band from the Hunter here is the Acrobat. I mean, funnily enough, Acrobat is decent against Opera Singer because the mud bombs, the fire bombs, can be used to like forcefully break off the Opera's dash, making their dash not that effective. And we are going to be receiving the Antiquarian as the fourth survivor pick here. So this is a pretty solid comp. Like the Antiquarian is 50-50 against an Opera. Gardener's decent, Lawyer is doing lawyer things, and yeah. So I think if Bleach is going to be selecting the Opera Singer as we predicted, then this is actually a 50-50 comp because ASG is getting prepared for this Opera, so Bleach will have to do some swift moves if they want to gain something from it.
Well, I do think that the picks after the first Gardener and Lawyer were quite stable.
Yeah.
After getting their anti-opera singer slots, they just went for more general counters. Like, Antiquarian's a very solid harasser in general, and First Officer is also a very good rescuer.
Yeah, I would agree. And actually the good thing here is that the Lawyer and Gardener entering global ban is actually very acceptable on ASG's side because they aren't exactly useful in later rounds when the Opera is gone. So, they definitely here is going for a full counter comp, but if Bleach pulls out a different Hunter though, this would be interesting because he can also try the Hermit, which arguably the Hermit the Hermit is also viable in this team comp, so I think it's highly dependent on what Bleach thinks works for him.
The real issue here is that the only weak link you'd have would be the weakest person to kite or chase would be the Gardener, because the Lawyer does have the speed boost, the vaulting boost, but still you'd want to target him because he's a decoder.
Yeah, I'll agree. So we are going to be waiting on the Hunter's pick, and seems like here Bleach has different ideas as he won't be opting for the Opera Singer and instead going for the Hermit instead, which we also seen his Hermit also do pretty good last week, especially that endgame big brain move over there was also like very astonishing.
Yep, it's very understandable why Bleach wouldn't want to go Opera Singer in an anti-Opera Singer team comp. So seeing the Hermit here is just really a matter of how well can Bleach play Hermit, because this is overall quite a solid team comp.
Yes, indeed it is a solid team comp, so I am very excited to see what would be happening here. But I think the Gardener... No, Hermit can actually chase the Gardener because it's easy to knock her out of the shields with the stun.
Yes, it's easy to just waste her shields with the stun, since her shields only last a few seconds and they take 30 seconds to come back, which is essentially limited to 1 or 2 uses in a kite.
By the way, you can start when they're ready, which I think is now.
Oops. Alright.
So the situation we are having now is that this team comp, I think the Lawyer is chaseable and the Gardener is chaseable because the Gardener needs to stand for a few seconds to get her shields out, but Hermit can try and stun it in between, and even First Officer is chaseable for a Hermit too because the Hermit can easily just stun the officer when he's using the watch if he aims it correctly. So in theory, Hermit is indeed better in this team comp compared to an Opera Singer. Yeah, about the stream delay, I have no clue how to turn it on in the middle of a stream.
Typically, stream delays simply happen on their own due to server issues.
I see. Well, let me see what's the... Oh, they're in the game now. Let me... Oh.
Yep, we're currently looking at the ban pick screen. We're seeing pretty sturdy spawns with The choice of putting Antiquarian on the farthest corner, though, is actually a little bit risky, but considering, yeah, Hermit did decide to spawn Hotel, which means Antiquarian would be the first chase, but it will limit Lawyer's ability to decode because Lawyer's cipher will be locked because of that.
Yeah, Lawyer being the fastest decoder, Lawyer being locked is definitely a bit of an oofy situation, but so I do wonder who is going to be the first chase. Like, even Antiquarian is chaseable for Hermits. Actually, everyone here is chaseable, so I think it's really dependent on how the survivors are going to play this out. And Hunter Bleach's Hermit, so he's going to start by connecting, and because actually one thing that I note about this is that Hermits have different style of gameplay. Some like to insta connect, some like to chase then connect, some like to like connect, hit, and then disconnect. Everyone has different style of gameplay, so let's see which one is Bleach going to be.
Yeah. Honestly, with a team comp like this, I think insta-connecting would be the best choice. After all of them are decent chases for a Hermit, except for First Officer, who can use his pocket watch to evade the stuns.
Yeah, so Bleach is actually going to be marching by the First Officer, but I don't know if he's going to be trying to commit though, because this is an officer which is the hardest chase, despite in theory is 50-50. But I think Bleach is just going to wait out and teleports, considering that he has insolence, and yep, this is going to happen. And he teleports
to the wrong cipher. He gets tricked by his own connection, thinking that the cipher machine, which was shaking, was actually being actively decoded, when in fact it was being passively decoded.
Yeah, like this is one of the bad news with a Hermit, is that for Hermit, when you connect the ciphers you connect will also be shaking, making it very easy to get confused. So Bleach is just going to drop down, trying to cut corners here, but it's impossible to mind game a Lawyer though, because the Lawyer has maps. So currently Bleach is struggling to even get a clean line of sight. Like, that TP wrong from Bleach is definitely a very, very fatal mistake on his part.
Yeah, the lack of a clean line of sight here is going to put his skills all the way up to a oof.
That was a nice attempt.
That could have been a stone there, but unfortunately it just barely missed.
Yeah, and actually Bleach is about to get his first presence just alone. Yep, is able to get the stun though, but he is about to got the first presence purely from insolence, which is definitely not a good situation. But now he's trying to go a high ground TP, which Zell did a pretty good job in evading it. So currently, Bleach is just struggling here, not being able to get a hit since the first damage was shared.
Yeah, and all of them still have their switch, so assuming Gardener, or at least Antiquarian and Gardener, can switch to blue by the time they get hit, this kite will be extended even further.
Go for a long range and is able to pull off the stun, so Bleach did pretty good. But let's see how many or if any of them will go. But no, Bleach goes for a swing that misses, which is an unfortunate situation. So now he's not being able to hit through here, and is able to pull off the stun. So now the bad news though is that if Bleach gets a blue charge, they can have everyone swap into the blue charge to tank one more hit.
At this rate, I think they're just trying to go for a minimized damage on everyone, because look at the cipher progress. A few ciphers are about to pop. 3 cipher kiting a Hermit is going to be really good for the survivors, but really bad for Bleach here.
Yeah, and look, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The moment the Lord gets landed a blue charge, everyone is going to switch. And that's actually a very I was about to say that was a risky move, because if Terror Shock extra damage, but then I remember, Lord doesn't get Terror Shocked.
Yeah, Lord doesn't get Terror Shocked. He would simply receive the same amount of damage, which...
that was actually a very good move.
Unfortunately, the Antiquarian is not able to get the stun, and will most likely take...
Actually, that was a
she's
very...
gonna back off here.
Yeah,
she's simply just gonna let First Officer rescue.
No, that was actually a very good TP over there, accurately stunning the Lawyer, and then walking backwards to evade the Antiquarian. And now he's gonna do a different connection, but the First Officer will be coming in to rescue, but I don't think the First Officer will be going down though, because he is at 1.3 health, so even a damage it will be like he'll still have 0.1 health remaining, so he's just going to be placing more charges at the ground, wanting to share damage. But I think right now Bleach's best idea is to play for a one-man escape, or rather one-man kill, because Because like Hermit, if not played correctly, endgame can result in a 4-man escape if everyone just shares damage.
True. So with that kind of flow, you would want to not connect the gates whatsoever, just to prevent the lawyer from being damage shared in endgame.
And I wonder,
Since it is a beforehand rescue.
I wonder if it would have been a better move if they had everyone like, if they had like the Bleach use the red charge instead of the blue charge. Because if it was a red charge, the Gardener would also have gone down in 1 hit too, I presume. But now the Antiquarian is the one in the face which they're very confident in letting, due to the fact that the Antiquarian can tank 1 more hit. And not cleaning up the charges before endgame is definitely a bit of a mishap on the Bleach's part, as Bleach will be teleporting, wanting to stop, and the officer is here, but if going to instant... I think he did instantly get the hit, but with the shared damage, he's still not gonna go down. So I think connecting endgame was not the best move, but
Still, that was quite an unfortunate pocket watch there. Bleach seems to be very observant of the trails, noticing that the first officer was trying to go back into the hunter and getting that hit off.
Yeah, actually, like that was a pretty good move from Bleach's part, just predicting, and I think it was a bit of a misplay from the first officer. So Bleach is actually out for blood, wanting to go and stop the other gate though. But the thing is that I think there's one person, I believe it's the Gardener, who is making a U-turn towards to pulling off the officer. So I'm not certain if this is exactly the best move, because Little Cat would not can get sheer damage as the tension is about to run out, and then he's just gonna allow the officer to get freely rescued. So I don't think that's the best move that's the best move for Bleach here.
Yeah, with this kind of pacing, actually no, the Hermit is able to get the hit off, and with this kind of pacing, I don't think the gates are connected. Either way, the gates would be open by now, so there's no way for them to receive polarity, unless it's directly from the hunter.
So Bleach is actually going to be chairing the Antiquarian a bit further away from the dungeon. But I think the survivors want to get this 4-man escape, as we can see that the officer still actually had Tide Turner. So that is why. So that's another reason why Bleach should not have did what he did over there, because now they can the survivors can just easily pull off the Antiquarian, who still has who's going to have Tide Turner in play. So his only hope is to stun and drag things out, which I don't think he can like delay for 20 seconds. Or can he?
He possibly can. He still has 1 more charge, which he can use to... Yeah, he can get the stun off, at least on Antiquarian.
So I think he definitely has to hit...
He doesn't have anything to use to stun, and the Gardener is too low on health in order to chair harass here.
Yeah, actually he has to hit the first officer once to chase him out of the gate to make sure he doesn't try anything more naughty. Also, he has to be very careful on how long he's chasing, but no officer gonna be taken once, and I think now is the time that he has to go back to chair.
Yeah, he is going back to chair. No, Bleach isn't chairing. Why?
Yeah, I'm not certain, because there's actually no reason for him to not. There's no reason for him to not to chair at this point, because now he just sort of gave the survivors a chance here. But it's gonna go for the stun though. So.
Oh my gosh, the Antiquarian accidentally walks back into the stun here, giving the hunter the down.
Yeah, but actually I don't think chairing that close is a good idea, because this would allow the Gardener and the officer to heal up, which we can see the Gardener actually pulled out a syringe during that time. So really I feel like that was a mishap on Bleach's end on not doing, because now actually the thing is that the Gardener can also gain another shield.
True, but I doubt she'll make it there on time.
True.
If the hunter simply stuns her throughout the duration of her shield and then delays again, he's not gonna make it out.
Oh, officer!
Oh. Unfortunately, first officer is not able to make it out of the gate, getting stunned there. See, that's another thing. They should have cleared the polarity there, since they have no means of swapping polarities. It's better to simply stick to no polarity at all, rather than opting for the chance that perhaps Bleach may actually give a Gardener blue.
I think the survivors made a bit of a misdecision endgame, is that if they're going to like play for 4-man with officer, they should have taken the 3-man the moment Antiquarian goes down, as they just ended up like having placing an officer in a very dangerous position. But the Gardener does have an elbow pad, as we can see, and here Bleach actually wants to play for like to go for a target attack, which I think he could have just considered to go for the swing instead of doing this. So let's see if it's gonna pay off, because the Gardener wants to desperately block and is able to absorb, but the Gardener wants to block, not being able to. So I think it's better for the Gardener just to make his grand escape, which is gonna be the case here.
Yep, so Gardener's simply just going to leave, and they're going to take the tie.
Yeah, and actually this tie is a huge oof for ASG's end, because at endgame they definitely wanted that 4-man escape, but Bleach was able to stun to make sure that in spite the officer having the tie turner, the Antiquarian is not able to get out the gate, which is the first plus. And then the second plus is then managing to teleport at the right time, and I think it's on the survivor's fault for not having the Gardener to rescue if he wants the officer to get out at the other side of the gate.
Yeah. Honestly, I think them being too greedy there is what caused it.
Yes, for
certain.
certain.
This is still only round 1, first half.
I mean, it's understandable they wanted the 4-man when they had tied, so the first rescue was fine. But felt like as soon as they realized that the Antiquarian cannot make it out of the gate, then they should definitely like send one member. Yeah, they definitely should have sent one member, or hold on. They definitely should have like instantly left the moment the Antiquarian went down, for certain. And just take the free man, because they got a bit too greedy for a 4-man when the Anti went down, and that turned a free escaping game into a tie.
Well, they do still have their next half of the round, and it's only a tie. They'll simply need to hope that their hunter is able to get off the 3 escape in order to get at least that 1-point lead.
Yeah, so just hold on. I'm gonna show the score at the screen here. So it's a 2-2, which is acceptable for FJs considering this is a very high ranked. But then again, ASG's hunter Neru is going to be making his appearance in next game. So what will happen? Make sure to check out next game, as we're gonna hop into a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
Let's see, who is our new October Queen?
Here's my chance, take on it, 'cause it's calling out to me.
Where have you gone, my naughty kitty?
Light up the night, eyes up to the skies. If I wear the crown, then my dreams will align. To hold him once again and to see her smile.
But the crown is mine!
Wow, 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 wow. Time to live it up, the night has only begun. Better catch that kitty by the time mysterious time. Hurry up and get to it now, 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 now.
All right, enough with the games. The people are ready. The crown awaits.
The crown!
And the crown chooses its queen. Father and daughter unite with glee. Raising the dead was just a bait, you see. For a hopeful heart is the sweetest prey.
Round and round the story goes. Where it ends, no one knows. Meow.
Let's see, who is our new October Queen?
Here's my chance, take on it, 'cause it's calling out to me.
Where have you gone, my naughty kitty?
Light up the night, eyes up to the skies. If I wear the crown, then my dreams will align. To hold him once again and to see her smile.
But the crown is mine!
Wow, 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 wow. Time to live it up, the night has only begun. Better catch that kitty by the time mysterious time. Hurry up and get to it
enough with the games. The people are ready. The crown awaits.
The crown!
And the crown chooses its queen. Father and daughter unite with glee. Raising the dead was just a bait, you see. For a hopeful heart is the sweetest prey.
Round and round the story goes. Where it ends, no one knows. Meow.
Let's see, who is our new October Queen?
Here's my chance, take on it, 'cause it's calling out to me.
Where have you gone, my naughty kitty?
Light up the night, eyes up to the skies. If I wear the crown, then my dreams will align. To hold him once again and to see her smile.
Meow. But the crown is mine.
For N, we'll be seeing FJ Survivors up against ASG's Hunter.
Yeah, you're muted for a few seconds, but nah, that's fine. Yeah, we're going to be back with ASG. This time their Hunter making an appearance, which is Neru, and I forgot, I'm pretty sure I recognize that name from IVC or /IVS, but I don't remember which team. Alas, that's fine. So, ASG's Hunter will be making the appearance against FJ Survivor, and we did see, last week FJ Survivor got 4-man once, so they definitely don't want that to happen, seeing that it was a tie. So here, ideally FJ wants a tie to make sure they just at least, not lose the first round. But we are going to be hopping into the band pick screen here, as we're going to be seeing the first two bands from Neru's little cat, or aka Neru's end, and it's going to be the Entomologist and then the Priestess. But Entomologist being banned, what does this mean?
Honestly, a pretty standard ban, but now it's leaning more against, possibly... Well, actually, no, Sculptor is pretty bad on this map, so it doesn't make sense why you would ban an Entomologist here, unless you're going someone who doesn't like being slowed down.
Sin, I
Perhaps someone like
I
Nightwatch.
have a feeling I know what this is. I have an inkling feeling, but I want to keep this a secret just for if it's not. But in case Rujus is eavesdropping, but I have a feeling I know what Hunter that is possible, because this Hunter that I'm thinking hates the Entomologist out of all Hunters. If that's the Hunter and it's very strong on this map, do you have an idea? I actually have an
I'm thinking of
idea.
a few people here. I'm thinking of Sculptor, Axeboy, Ripper. We have possible Nightwatch, maybe Opera Singer.
But Opera Singer's not afraid of the Entomologist, because Opera Singer's dashes is have a higher priority over Ento's bugs. So he can just dash through it. So we are going to be receiving the first two picks here is the Lawyer and the Coordinator, and honestly they're preparing against Opera Singer, but I actually not sure if it's going to be an Opera Singer, because Opera Singer does not need to ban the Entomologist. I'll just keep this a secret and what Hunter that I have in mind. But the moment it reveals the Hunter, I'll tell you what Hunter I have in mind. But here's as a 9 main, I also don't like the Entomologist, just saying. But we're seeing a Seer being banned next, but I'm pretty certain this is not the Opera.
Well, as you're being banned secondly, does lead me to believe that it's someone who has a decent amount of speed and is able to catch up even with the Owl. Especially with the Seer debuff, someone with a pretty short attack recovery cooldown would have even less reason to be afraid of Seer.
Yep. We are going to be seeing the next Survivor being banned as the Anti-Quarian, so we won't be seeing any swipes. And currently we are seeing the Merc Lawyer Coordinator. I think we can see a potential Patient if they want to like be aware of the opera singer, because Patient is also a jack of all trades. Like he can kite, can rescue, and he's also pretty strong in this map, having lost 2 stories at all. So I do see Patient being a very possible pick for the next one.
With this kind of team comp, though, I'd say you'd want someone who can heal. They might go for someone like a little girl or a toy merchant who can get around the map quicker, give items to coordinator and mercenary and lawyer, or just heal really quickly.
It all depends on what happens. And hello, 33 people in the stream. Never thought I'd see that many. Prospector. This shouldn't be a surprise because we have Nana here. So I assume the Prospector is selected for Nana. And
Yes, he was.
oh, oops, wrong character. Prospector. So here I think that if it's the opera singer, they probably want everyone with 3-9 and the smiley face with 3-6. But for this hunter that I am thinking of, like, if it's going to be the hunter that I am thinking of, then this would be a pretty nice team comp, because that hunter's not afraid of the prospector, and maybe they can just bring excitement for the coordinator. But
yeah, well, I'm thinking.
yeah,
you can.
no,
you
go ahead.
can
Tell me what do you think before I will reveal what do I think.
Well, honestly, I'm thinking it's possibly a night watch, because look at the bans. They're banning an entomologist, a priestess, a seer, and an antiquarian. Night watch can easily get cancelled out of his abilities by the antiquarian, and entomologist would delay his speed on a map like Chinatown, where you're stuck to you're forced into smaller hallways. It's a lot more difficult to avoid entomologist bees. Priestess, well, it's a basic ban. Seer, it's not the mark of someone who has a very fast attack recovery, or
All right.
can get their dash.
Okay, I'm going to reveal what do I think now that the persona is locked. Like entomologist ban and Chinatown, this is screaming smiley face to me.
A smiley face. Yeah, we've actually been seeing smiley faces more recently in like official tournaments.
Yes, I don't know why I have a feeling this is a smiley face. Like first of all, this map was selected by ASG. Second of all entomologist being banned first, like smiley face hates Ento out of everything because the Ento bugs acts as a solid obstacle. And smiley face is not afraid of prospector magnets, so I have a feeling this is going to be a smiley face. Wait, let me check.
True. Plus, after seeing the coordinator and mercenary, usually hunters would go for a healer bat, because coordinator and mercenary need to be up on their best shape in order to like rescue, be ready for rescues, be ready for harass. But smiley face with his built-in delayed healing would not need to be afraid of that.
We received the pick, but yeah, we're wrong about that. It's going by the way, in case of the lobby, it's going to be actually the Dream Witch, but I'm actually pretty interested if it's a Dream Witch being selected, then why exactly would a Dream Witch ban the entomologist first? Because Dream Witch is in no hurry and priority to get rid of the ento, because there are far more dangerous things. For example, the barmaid, the psychologist, or even the antiquarian first. Like, I'm not too certain why exactly did Neru ban the ento first if he does not want to deal with it. And yes, in the lobby.
Yeah, it's already ready. Honestly, it does make sense why you would ban entomologist as a Dream Witch, though, because when you let your leeches go on autopilot, the entomologist has an especially easier time predicting your route and interrupting your leech's movement speed. It makes it that much harder to sandwich someone with the support of the entomologist.
I really don't think entomologist is anywhere close to the priority of the Dream Witch, so
still, if you were to ban a healer straight off the bat, it would become way too apparent to the survivors that you're going to go for someone who hates healing.
Yeah, Chinatown, please. So, we're currently waiting on to the picks and bans, but
Yep. we're waiting on everyone to...
Yeah, we're just waiting everyone to do their thing. But I'm actually thinking Dream Witch against this team comp. I mean, yes, it's actually pretty good because like Dream Witch is not afraid of the court because they can swap leeches, and not that afraid of a prospect. I mean, maybe a bit afraid of the prospector because the magnets can cancel out the patroller bites. So chasing the prospector first is not exactly the most favorable option here. But I think that's about it though, and Sin, you can begin when the teams are ready. So I think it's the best option for Dream Witch to either chase the lawyer first to get rid of the fast decoding, or also chase the coordinator since the flare gun is like nearly useless in front of the court.
Yeah. Since the lawyer does have that like increased decoding speed though, I think it would be better to simply target the lawyer so that like get someone on chair as fast as possible to get the coordinator's decoding debuff to kick in, and then just hope that one of the two would rescue. Ideally, usually, first rescue would be the coordinator because you'd want to use that flare gun to extend their rebound kite, and Merc comes in for the last rescue.
So, yeah, that's sort of, but I highly dependent on how many leeches are there guarding. Like, if there's two, the flare gun does nothing. So, I think it would be better to save it out for when the kite, for example, you know there's only one leech at one side of the pallet. Use the flare gun, they'll be forced to swap to different leech to buy up more time. Because flare gun while rescuing, I do question how effective it may be, Sin.
Alright, we're now inside of the lobby.
Yay, we can finally begin. But as I said, I feel like this is a very decent comp for the Dream Witch to play with. And if the survivors want to like get a tie or more, or like gain something out of this Dream Witch, their best bet would be Bleach's Prospector. Or sorry, not Bleach. I think it's Nana's Prospector because the Prospector can stun out the Patroller Bite early game, and that is going to be very crucial.
Looking at this, we're actually seeing Nana on Lawyer.
Interesting.
And Ju on Prospector. It's interesting. We're not seeing Ju on Mercenary.
Oh, and by the way, by Ju, I think that's Bleach because basically what happened is that Bleach and Ju, they requested to swap accounts, like to swap the person playing it, and ASG agreed on it. So it's Ju's account, but it is Bleach the one playing it from what I know.
Well, who's playing on Ju's account? It's Bleach, right?
Oh yeah, wait.
On Ju's account?
Oh wait. Basically, there was a switcheroo from what I know. So yeah, I'll get into that. But we're going to be seeing the spawns. Lawyer going to be spawning far away at the corner, which Nero is opting for an approach to lock the cipher at the hotel to force Nana in a more open position. So I think based on this spawn, the coordinator is highly likely to be taking the first kite just because the fact that we talked about her gun being useless, and if the coordinator is being chased first, she must find a very specific and careful timing to use the gun.
Honestly, with a spawn point like this, don't you think it'd be more probable for the prospector to be chased? Because it would drive the lawyer out of his ciphers.
Yeah,
and it would delay the decoding. That's
actually a fair take. Just I'm more of concerned that if it's I'm more of concerned that Prospector's magnets can cancel out the patroller bite. So Nero will be making Little Cat will be making his way towards the coordinator, which is probably the best move. As the coordinator already set herself up, but it's gonna drop down and right into the leech's face though. So I think here actually the coordinator should find a time to use the flare gun, because if not here, then you're not going to find a moment. Like if you're not going to fire now, then you won't ever find a time. But we can see that like towards the end, the court ran in the open so that he can have a clear gunshot. So now Nero will be after and going to be spawning a leech and going to be using the patroller, I believe soon. Yep. Or going to be using the leech to go for a hit but not being able to. So now currently Little Cat here is taking some time to down the coordinator.
With a momentum like this, Dream Witch has no choice but to unleash the first patroller, but like the coordinator is far enough away that she can simply use the gun here. Oh no! She does not use the gun because it was her leech. She's simply going to tank that hit. Save the gun for the spawn follower.
Yeah, I actually don't think saving the gun for the spawn follower is even that good of an idea, because that was the spawn follower's patroller and we have the main body's patroller coming in. And yes, you can use the flare gun, but then you're still gonna get patroller bites. So I think maybe it will be better to save it in the rebound kit. But there was a pretty good move over there, making sure that he canceled the first bite. Can he cancel the second bite? Let's see. Oh, goes for a swing here. Flywheel affects that away, and now he's opening to use the flare gun.
Now, otherwise, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that if a Dream Witch unleashes another patroller within 40 seconds, the duration of the patroller is decreased.
Yes, and that's exactly what's happening here. So here, and currently, Neru, a little cat, has no leeches to use at all, and oh, it goes for the prospector was actually hanging around nearby, so that currently FJ is actually doing a pretty decent job against Little Cat's Dream Witch, and because now the prospector is in the vicinity, and this is going to be Juice prospector shoving the hunter backwards.
Well, actually, this is technically Bleach's prospector. If we're going by actual
Wait, I'm trying to see
names.
who. Wait, let me check who. Yeah, you can talk while I check who swapped the counts first.
Alrighty, yeah. We're actually seeing the coordinator get the heal off, but Little Cat is going to chase Mercenary?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they're going back. No, they're actually going back for the coordinator. Will the coordinator use the gun here? This is some very nice patience with the gun here, getting that gun just in time, but the other leech is following in pursuit. No, actually, the hunter does lose the coordinator.
Oh, that's Lucy's prospector, by the way. That's Lucy.
Yeah.
Juice swapped with Lucy. But currently, Neru here just cannot find a perfect time to commit onto this coordinator at all. So here's the thing.
Honestly, I think Little Cat needs to focus on getting one person now. Otherwise, it's not gonna go well for her.
Yeah, and especially in terms of endgame. Especially in endgame, because the mercenary still has the tide turner to use. So right now, he really should try and get down and at least force out the mercenary's tide turner before endgame, or else there would be a complete disaster if the mercenary says tide turner.
Yeah, oh my gosh, getting stunned with Zashi's prospector here. They're going to unfortunately cancel the attack recovery there. I think possibly the best choice would simply be to switch traits now, because if we're looking at this, it's 2 ciphers remaining. Dream Witches typically switch their traits at 2 ciphers remaining.
Actually, I would disagree with that. I think it would be better if they just kept the leech, or rather keep the trump card for endgame, because the trump card will be the more crucial in endgame in swapping traits to keep play for a tie. But the coordinator already has a perfume. They already picked up items during the time, because currently Little Cat just cannot find any opportunity to down a survivor or chair them at all. So this is putting him in a very dangerous situation, as he cannot commit to one target.
Prospector was right there, but it seems that Little Cat did not see him. If he did actually manage to see the Prospector, switching on to Prospector, tunneling him, and chairing him right now would be a pretty decent option, as the 2 ciphers still haven't been primed and popped.
Well, the coordinator is over here, though, so the coordinator, flywheel affects away once again. Yeah, just very nicely done over there, playing it very safe and smooth. But currently, Bleach is just, or rather, Little Cat just going to be patrolling around the field, wanting to find catch anyone in a bad position. But the survivors are in no hurry, as their plan is that whoever gets leeched will instantly clean the leech away, and then to just slowly and surely get all the ciphers done. And that's how you do it against a Dream Witch. You don't play this rush, you play this slow and steady.
As of now, Prospector is actually sitting on the gate, though, with crows above his head.
Yeah, but the coordinator.
Anti-curse mark.
Yeah, but the coordinator is very committed in trying to rush the cipher open, which I'm not too certain is the best idea. Seeing as she's in half health, she should stay away and make sure, should she go down, she should not be down next to the cipher, because now there's an opportunity for the Dream Witch to down the coordinator near where the last cipher is, which is exactly what happened over there.
But if we're looking at this, oh my god, they're actually going to leave the cipher on two-story primed and have the mercenary pop the middle cipher.
Yeah, but actually, like, I feel like here they actually, if possible, they should try and at least keep the leech. But having the lawyer coming in, is that even a good idea? Because now the lawyer would just go down, so the lawyer cannot get anywhere close. At this point, they should just cut their losses and have the mercenary rescue, which is going to happen. There goes the hit, and there goes endgame, and oh, that's why the court did not
Coordinator
have
does not have.
borrowed time.
Ah.
And goes for the blink and is able to hit the mercenary down as well too. So I feel like endgame, the survivors have did good up to 90% of it from the start to 90%, but now they are all of a sudden just dropping like flies in game.
Yeah, because they weren't able to properly clean up the leeches. Now they're having to suffer from all of this. First, yeah, the lawyer's decision to like remove the leech from mercenary before healing him up is actually a very good choice because it takes a lot less time and mercenary would like take quite a long time to heal up again.
Oh, but the prospector is self-healed amongst all the chaos, and the mercenary also. So now actually everyone is back full and healthy. Like I didn't see over there if the lawyer finished the gate yet, but if the lawyer finished the gate, then they can play for a tie, as I cannot exactly see, and it does seem not yet, as the lawyer was forced to heal up. So currently the survivors just cannot have, the survivors just can't have anyone getting to the anywhere close to the gate, and they're going to have Bleach try to sneak in, but the survivors the hunter realized it goes for a blink and down goes the mercenary. Like, the survivors just did not touch the gates at all, which I'm not even sure why.
Well, lawyer's gate is open, but with mercenary being down, he can't exactly leave just yet. He has to make sure the mercenary can self-heal safely.
Yeah, I think this is why you have to pay attention against the Dream Witch, because, like, I don't know why exactly did the mercenary run right near the Dream Witch at endgame, because that's just, like, openly and getting blinked. And hold on, is the gate even open at this point? Like, I cannot exactly see it. But the lawyer is actually going in for the rescue, but the lawyer has no tide turner, so, and the gate, with the gate not being open at that side of the gate, this is, I don't know if this is the best move here, Sin.
Oh, the prospector actually cancelled the attack recovery there. Even after the lawyer managed to get that body block off. Honestly, if that were me, I would have simply let the prospector die and go and rescue the mercenary instead. So that at least the mercenary who can, like, possibly tank a hit can body block you again, and both of you can run towards the open gate.
Yeah, like, I don't understand. I just simply do not understand Fruit Juice's plan endgame. Like, first of all, they were forced to pop there because the court did not have borrowed time, which is fair enough. But then they had the mercenary running close to, to the gate to like the Dream Witch Leech, and then they had the lawyer and then they had the prospector going down without cleaning up the leech, and then they also just had the lawyer coming in to rescue instead of leaving. Like, every move from FJ endgame was all wrong that ended in a 4-man endgame to a 4-man kill there.
It was really interesting to see how that all went down. I'm so surprised at FJ's decisions when it comes to, like, endgame. Yeah, as you've said, endgame.
Yeah, like they did very well. They did everything correct up to the end game, where they just all collapsed completely. Like, they forgot that they should not hang around the Dream Witch Leech end game, and also like the prospector getting knocked off, and then they also did not have anyone close to the gates and clean their leeches. Like, it was just everything gone wrong for them end game, which I have to applaud Neru for finding the opportunity to turning a 4-man end game to 4K, but I just felt like that was completely avoidable on Fruit Juice's part.
Yeah, that should have been very much easily avoidable here, but, like, it's so questionable how exactly all of that went down.
Yeah, that was very questionable, and oops, I realized the scoreboard was wrong. Sorry about that. I will change it. Yeah, so that's going to be the round 7-2, which currently ASG is in the lead, and I'll fix the scoreboard. So we'll be taking a quick break. It'll be FJ's survivor turn to make their appearance, or rather it's FJ's turn to make a map pick. So we'll be hopping into a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
Who is our new October Queen?
Here's my chance, take on it, 'cause it's calling out to me.
Where have you gone, my naughty kitty?
Light up the night, eyes up to the skies. If I wear the crown, then my dreams will align. To hold him once again and to see her smile.
Meow! But the crown is mine!
Wow, 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 wow!
Time to live it up, the night has only begun. Better catch that kitty by the time mysterious time. Hurry up and get to it now, 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 now.
All right, enough with the games. The people are ready. The crown awaits.
The crown!
And the crown chooses its queen. Father and daughter unite with glee. Raising the dead was just a bait, you see. For a hopeful heart is the sweetest prey.
Round and round the story goes. Where it ends, no one knows. Meow.
Let's see, who is our new October Queen?
Here's my chance, take on it, 'cause it's calling out to me.
Where have you gone, my naughty kitty?
Light up the night, eyes up to the skies. If I wear the crown, then my dreams will align. To hold him once again and to see her smile.
Meow. But the crown is mine!
Wow, 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 wow!
Time to live it up, the night has only begun. Better catch that kitty by the time mysterious time. Hurry up and get to it now, 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 now.
All right, enough with the games. The people are ready. The crown awaits.
The crown!
And the crown chooses its queen. Father and daughter unite with glee. Raising the dead was just a bait, you see. For a hopeful heart is the sweetest prey.
Round and round the story goes. Where it ends, no one knows. Meow.
Let's see, who is our new October Queen?
Here's my chance, take on it, 'cause it's calling out to me.
Where have you gone, my naughty kitty?
She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night. But I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? Was it a nightmare?
Who is that? She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night.
Welcome back, everyone. And yeah, I realized I forgot to cut the screen, so oopsies on that part. But anyways, we're going to be bringing you with more IMR action. And the first round ended in a 7-2 in favor of ASG. But I just felt like both games for the survivors, like the survivors could have done more for both ASG and Fruit Juice, but they made various misplays that ended up turning like a potential free escape into a tie and 4K respectively.
Yep, I think it's quite unfortunate that FJ ended up getting 4 kills back there, because now they do have to like try their best to mirror similar results. If they want to take any kind of lead now, they need to get a 4 escape or a 4 kill, and then like a 3 escape or a 3 kill.
Yeah, well, I mean, currently it's a 7-2 score, so that means that they definitely have to try. Like 7-2 is, first of all, FJ cannot afford to lose this round or they'll be out for good. But I mean, they did manage to like recover in their match against. Wait, I already forgot which team that they went against. Oh, Para-Eternals. Then now they should be doing it against now, as we'll be transitioning to the BP screen. So the second half, Red Church has been chosen by Fruit Juice. So let's see what plan do they have. Lawyer and Coordinator are currently sitting at the BPs. The Seer and the Priestess are the first two being banned. Just some standard picks, but I do imagine we'll be seeing the Dream Witch being removed in this round.
Well, if we're gonna see the Dream Witch being removed this round, we'll possibly see like, oh, they do have a ban hunter now, so we'll have to see which hunter they ban first before we see which character they're picking.
Yeah, I think they'll probably get rid of the Dream Witch just because the Dream Witch is also the same character that sort of like screwed them over, as they did well for the first 95% of the game, but the end game was where FJ things fell apart for FJ. But Dream Witch's endgame potential is also pretty huge, like let's not forget about that. So we're seeing the first two survivors being picked here, which is the bands. So we're seeing the Antiquarian and the Cheerleader here, which interesting to see, but Cheerleader does not coordinate well with the Cheerleader does not coordinate well with the Antiquarian actually, but we will be seeing the Hunter ban, and it's going to be the Opera Singer, so they chose to release the Dream Witch, the same Hunter that sort of like ran them over at the first round.
Yeah, honestly, it's understandable because Red Church is a map with a lot of obstacles, and Opera can get really, really fast on a map like Red Church. Dream Witch, who had bad early game, I'm assuming FJ is simply gonna go for the strategy of improving their map awareness during endgame.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's just really more on the map awareness, but also one thing to note is that the distance in between gates for Chinatown is not that large, because it's just one straight line. Though while Red Church is more complicated, so maybe this is something that Fruit Juice can utilize on. So the Psychologist has been banned as the fourth survivor. So I think we know what hunter this is. Is that correct, Sin?
Yeah, they're gonna go for their Dream Witch once more.
Yeah, I guess they prefer to play against the Dream Witch as they did well early game against it. So I think they rather deal with the like evil you know than the evil you don't.
Go.
Well, we are going to be seeing the hunter ban, or rather the last survivor pick coming up. So currently I think they may consider to bring a survivor that is like can collaborate with the Cheerleader, because actually Antiquarian does not collaborate with the Cheerleader at all. And
honestly, she does synergize with Cheerleader a lot more than other harassers do, though.
Well, we are going to be seeing the Prisoner. But yeah, actually I think this is more of like a every man to themselves apart from the antiquarian. Like, the cheerleader can assist herself, and also like, I mean, the cheerleader's main option is to just act as a decent solid character for herself, because like her ability does not replenish items, so it doesn't work assisting both the antiquarian and the prisoner. So I think this is one thing that we should pay attention to. If that cheerleader cannot help, it's more on the antiquarian.
But cheerleader can reset the cooldown of the first swing which was used, which would give the antiquarian 4 combos.
Yeah, the first swing, but it does synergize, but not that much, because she does not replenish items.
Yeah. So she'd work better against a character who neither has a bar on how much they hold, nor do they have like a limited use. So someone with just flat cooldowns on how much they can use a skill.
Mm-hmm. Well,
which is not a lot of characters.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
Well, if a Dream Witch should be selected, there is the antiquarian to like sort of swipe. I'm actually thinking here is that actually this team comp is better against the Dream Witch comparing to last round, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think the main weakening like in the last round was definitely gonna be the coordinator, but since they no longer have their lawyer, they're gonna need to be very cautious with the location of the hunter.
Well, there is the prison, yeah, but if it's decoding speed, they do have the prisoner to sort of like reverse it. But as for they have to be a bit more cautious with no lawyer in this game, and the lawyer does not get terror shocked at all. So, and the prisoner will, so this is one thing we should look out for. But I think in theory, the prisoner should be the best change if we're going to be seeing a Dream Witch as we expected. Yeah. Because cheerleader would also be a bit harder with the beep beep, and I think they may bring lots of flywheel effects just because they're expecting a Dream Witch!
Can you look at the chat? Yeah, it's a very interesting hunter pick.
What? What?
And I'd say it's alright, but the amount of obstacles in Red Church does not really constitute for a good Joker map.
Yeah, like if this Joker appeared last round, I think it would make sense. But this round in Red Church, I don't know what to say. Sin, can you set up the lobby first?
Yep, it's already set up.
Oh, yeah, just invite me.
You're already in.
Yeah, like if it's last round, I won't be surprised because it's Chinatown and also the bands. But this round, Red Church has so many obstacles. Like, this is probably one of the weaker. Like, it's not as bad as Arms Factory, but still it's also a bad map for the smiley face. So Naru playing that here, I just don't know what to say here.
A little shocked. How is this going to play out? Because perhaps it's simply just a comfort pick rather than a strategy pick here, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's for sure. Finn, can you set up the lobby, like enter the lobby, so they can get Naru in? Like, I'll say this: if it's a large map, I won't be that surprised, given the BP at the first round. But I'm surprised in this round. But then again, Smiley Face does work against a cheerleader because the beep beep does not work that well against a Smiley Face's dashes.
True, especially since that after using it, she'd be slowed. It would be a lot harder to kite out the slowness.
Yeah, and especially like acceleration isn't that bad in front of a Smiley Face, because a Smiley Face can also dash, especially if you're using that, like the acceleration from the cheerleader to transition. That won't work that much. And
well, the only plus side would be, like, if the cheerleader is able to stick around for long enough, she can give the I don't know what the name of it is, but she can allow the survivor to get back up from the floor if the survivor that they're boosting is hiding for long enough.
So, yeah, now, I think it will really depend on how proficient Little Cat, or rather Naru's, smiley face is.
Yeah, it'll all boil down to that. Proficiency. Alright, we'll be starting.
Yeah, sorry, let me just reply to someone real quick. Let me think. Antiquarian will be rough for the smiley face because it can swipe, and given like there are lots of narrow areas in this map, it'll be hard for the smiley face to like prematurely turn. Prisoner can chase and cheerleader can chase, I assume. So I think that's how you should play against the smiley face. But I wonder, did the survivors there even expect the smiley face? But I actually think there are actually a lot of flywheel effects which does work against the smiley face. So that's like a plus.
Honestly, it must have been just because like the innate skill of the characters works better with flywheel, because cheerleader can provide everyone with that immediate speed boost, and Antiquarian has her like stick speed boost.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yes, harassers and cheerleader would just want to bring flywheel.
Yeah, and also I think another thing is that because because like they played against Dream Witch last round, and flywheel effect is better against Dream Witch, so that's why there are a lot of flywheel effects. So in theory, this would not be an easy match for Joker given both the map and the personal selections. But then we'll have to see how this will play off, as Little Cat is going to be just picking up bits and pieces and trashes around the field, just wanting to gear himself up. And it's going to install the infinite dash, and it's just patrolling around, trying to catch the first person off position.
Yeah. Right now, they're meeting up against No, they're actually going to prioritize getting their parts before chasing. Good decision. Now they're in shack, and they're gonna go for the... Who is that? That's Nana, which is the prisoner.
Yeah, that's the best target. Instinct. But one thing we should note is that this Joker does not have insolence, meaning that he relies on raw foot, but no, he's actually going to be chasing the mercenary. And yes, you can chase the mercenary as a smiley face. I actually forgot to mention, because the elbow pad does not do much. Like, look, you can just easily just catch up and get a hit. And actually, we can see the mercenary is in a very bad position, because there's not a lot of paths for him to work with, as he'll be transitioning his way towards the back gate.
Honestly, even if mercenary is chaseable, it doesn't make him any less of a formidable kiter, because you can simply attempt to stall out the rocket and then use the elbow pad once the rocket is on cooldown.
Oh, that was a pretty beautiful mind game attempt, but unfortunately had a bit of a mess up in the end, allowing him like crashing into the wall instead of getting the hit. And with the cheerleader using his skill onto the mercenary, now he's going to be prioritizing onto Naib, or rather onto Juice cheerleader, or I think it's Lucy's cheerleader now.
Actually seems like... Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, that was a wasted flywheel there.
And a wasted blink. I think he did manage to blink, but he accidentally misclicked. But here, let's see, did the cheerleader fall for the mind game? Yes, he did. I think the cheerleader was a bit too impatient around there. So now here's the situation. The mercenary is the only one with Tide Turner, but he's in half health, and I'm not sure if he ate the diamond drill or not, because if he did, there'll be a slow healing time. So I think the survivors will have to consider carefully if and when would they do this rescue.
With this kind of pacing, I'd say it's better to not. Not rescue before half, or go after half.
Well, the survivor doesn't have a choice because the mercenary already got injured, so he has to pull off this rescue. The huge plus is that the mercenary had that one elbow pad remaining, which allowed him to pull off this rescue with a double down. And I'm not sure if I think the cheerleader got a bit too greedy with the pallet. She should have just instantly slammed the pallet to like force the smiley face to break through it, because getting hit through a pallet over there is the one thing that you sort of don't want to do. And the antiquarian is in the vicinity now, ready to harass, but let's see, is it gonna pay off or would it not work in their favor as now the dash is onto, but he's gonna use a beautiful flywheel effect to evade that. That was a very good move from Bleach.
A very clean flywheel from Bleach. We're gonna see Bleach hang around here a little bit
and
more
able to get the rescue off.
Unfortunately, that is a skill that Smiley Face does have, which is the... Oh my gosh! I think the Smiley Face is getting a little bit too impatient when it comes to picking up the cheerleader, forgetting that Antiquarian still has her third slash.
The Antiquarian still has 2 slashes left. And actually, this is a pretty good situation for the survivors, because there's only one cipher remaining, which is around half of the prisoner decoding. So they can, like, even if the Antiquarian gets terror shock while rescuing, there's also the mercenary around. So yes, now he's going to get the hit onto the Antiquarian, and we'll be pulling off the rescue, and now the cheerleader will be using his beep beep to get away, to like do a quick getaway. So I think the question is that if the cheerleader can last up before the Cypher is prime, because now it's gonna go for the dash, and oh, let's see. Yep, down goes it. But let's see, is the Cypher prime? Yes, it is. We will be approaching endgame. Cheerleader will be slamming, but no, there goes that blank endgame.
Yeah, with the blink, this... Still, it's not a good flow because the cheerleader being the only one dead. And it's gonna be difficult for the Smiley Face to get someone out now.
Well, now the cheerleader will be sent back to the manor, and actually the survivors are not popping the gate. If I'm not mistaken, like, let's see if the back gate was popped or not. Wait, actually it was not popped, because like, I think this is a recurring mistake onto Fruit Juice's end, is that they approach endgame and no one bothers to pop the gate at all. Like, the time it took to down the cheerleader and to send them back to the manor is way more, it's like more than enough time for them to pop 2 to 3 gates, but instead them not popping the gate and just like stalling back for no reason is just not gonna work in their favor now.
Now that the mercenary is taking a 1-hit here, he's not gonna be able to withstand the detention hit from the Smiley Face. Still able to run away. The Smiley Face is simply just gonna switch traits and put a keeper on the gate. He might run for...
Actually, this is a very good... No, actually, this is a very good situation because the other gate is already done right now. I'm pretty certain it was 100%. So, yep, they're going to be making the gate mercenary making his grand escape, and this will be a 3-man escape from Fruit Juice's end.
3-man escape does in fact redeem quite a lot of their points from the previous 4-kill.
Yes, it does, because now, like, they lost the first round by 7-2, and now it's a 3-1. But I think, like, here's the thing, is that endgame was a bit scary because the gate popping was a bit slow, catching the mercenary in a bad position. But then I think like the hunter just failing to commit himself to a target was a bit of a oof situation. But the survivors all hiding, making sure that if the mercenary is the only one being found, did work in their favor, as the mercenary was the only one who can withstand that.
True, yeah. So, now we're gonna see Fruit Juice regain quite a lot of their points. That's roughly a point or 2 regained with just the first half of round 2.
Yeah, actually, like, this 3-1 is definitely a more... oh, oops, that was the wrong screen. The 3-1 is a more acceptable situation for Fruit Juice now, because they are in the position to make sure that they can win this... Like, they put themselves in a position where it'll be hard for them to lose the second round unless they get 4 escapes. So this is like the first step, because should they get the hunter at least get a tie next round, Then it will be a 7-2 and a 3-5, and they'll win a second round. So now they're in position if they want to sort of reverse this bad situation.
Now, though, I think Bleach will have to aim for another 3 kill. Otherwise, they're gonna struggle in round 3 with the Hunter still having, the ASG still having a very slight lead.
So, yeah, so now we are going to be taking the quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night. But I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? Was it a nightmare?
Who is that? She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night. But I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? Was it a nightmare?
Who is that? She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night. But I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Welcome back to more IMR action. I am your caster John, joined by me is Sin, and currently we're in an interesting situation because despite ASG got a 7-2 lead win in the first round, currently it is in the lead for in the lead for like the second round. Currently Fruit Juice is in the lead of 3-1, so that put them in a decent position for them to potentially tie up or win the second round.
Yeah, and if they manage to win, or like, yeah, if they manage to win this or tie it up here, it's gonna be a lot easier for them on round 3.
So yeah, like, no, they have to win this round, because if they only tie this round, then the same situation will apply, is that at the third round they must get a win by 7-2 or else they'll still lose. So it's still better for them to try and like get a win now, like get a tie now, Because if it's only a 3-man escape, they still have to like repay the 7-2 debt later on.
True, yeah. So we're just gonna have to hope that at least that Fruit Juice's Hunter will get a minimum of 2 kills here in order to secure the win.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing the 2 global bans, Lawyer and Gardener, which are insignificant in terms of overall gameplay, just because like they aren't that useful in BO2 and 3. We are going to be waiting the first 2 survivors ban from Bleach, which is going to be the Seer and Priestess. And here's the thing, Bleach can play the Hermit, obviously. He can also play the Opera Singer, which is the one that he 4K'd Power Eternals with. Like, Bleach has a lot of options to choose in this map. Like, he can choose between the Hermit and Opera Singer. So I think the question is for ASG is that if they are going to be banning the Opera or the Hermit.
Honestly, I believe they should just ban Opera Singer here, because there's no need to be that scared of a Hermit on a red church. It's not particularly his map. The obstacles make it harder to get line of sight, and it's a single story map, so using the teleport ball is a lot less efficient.
Yeah, this is indeed going to be what's happening because the Acrobat and the Female Dancer are selected, while the Opera Singer has been banned from ASG's side, so it seems that they are confident to deal with the Hermit again. So if Bleach does indeed want to play the Hermit, then maybe he can consider to ban the Psychologist or Barmaid, which are good healers. But nope, opting to be getting rid of the Mercenary. Just don't want any stable rescuers in the game. So I do wonder, is Bleach planning for the Hermit, or is it something else that we're seeing here, Sin?
Honestly, if they're banning a Mercenary, it might be another Hermit, but considering how they went against ASG with their Hermit last match, I don't believe they're gonna try risking that again.
So we are going to be seeing the anti-current being banned. I guess they just did not. Bleach doesn't want to deal with the anti-current. Oh yeah, the anti-current got banned as Bleach doesn't want to deal with it, seeing that he was the one who used the anti-current to harass the smiley face over there. And we are going to be seeing the Prospector pick. And Ju is going to be exploding from excitement in the chat because Ju is a huge fan of Norton Campbell. So yeah, Ju exploding off camera, and then we're going to be seeing this team comp. I mean, Hermit, the Prospector can give Hermit a bit of a hassle though, because the Magnets also cancel the stun. But the fact that Bleach banned the Antiquarian is suggesting that it may not be a Hermit to me.
Yeah, it might actually be the Opera Singer, just like we initially suggested here. Wait, can it be the Opera Singer?
Opera Singer got banned.
Never mind, I'm dumb.
Unless Bleach uses the counterban card. You know, a secret card called the counterban. It's like, you ban it, I'm gonna counter it. Okay, we received info. So we received a persona, so now we are going to be receiving the Bleach's Hunter selection, which, let's see, would it be Hermit or would it be something else? Like, if you're asking me, I don't think this is a Hermit just because of the anti-ban. Oh, it's never mind. I'm an idiot.
Who put it? Yes, it is. Another
Alright,
Hermit.
set the lobby, please, Finn.
Alrighty.
Alright, so let me think. Hermit against this team comp, I think the harder. It's actually possible, but I can see the Prospector giving the Hermit a hard time. Like, because the Prospector cancels out the stun, so the Bleach will have to be very careful on how he does want to chase and deal with this Hermit, or rather this Prospector.
Well, they're gonna have to be very careful with how they chase. I think the easiest target here would definitely be the dancer.
Yeah, but Dancer can still slide to the left and slide to the right though.
But the thing with that is that the trajectory of Dancer's dash is very difficult to properly maneuver in a map like Red Church.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, but I can see the Dancer also giving the Hermit a hard time. I think, funnily enough, the Acrobat is going to be like the best chasing target.
The Acrobat, yeah, it does make sense. He would also be a much better chasing target than the Prospector, who would give a lot of issues with the stuns.
So we're just waiting on yeah, we're just waiting. Is Bleach yeah, invite Bleach. Well, can we?
To?
No, I'm in.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, just kick Just Stickman out of here. Oh wait, no, if Ju is still in.
No, okay, I'm gonna kick Ju.
Yeah, kick her out, yeah.
Great, let's start.
So actually, just saying, like, the match point BGM was used because there is a potential that this is the last round. Should this be a 4-man escape, then this game would be over. But 4-man escape is pretty hard, like we did see some 4-mans, but that was due to various reasons. Like, in theory, I think 4-man would be hard for ASG, so I think the best plan for them is to just play it safe, get the free man, and then like place themselves in a very good position at round 3.
Yeah, just place themselves in a position where it'd be easier. If we're actually looking, the Prospector is an A badge.
Ooh, A badge Prospector. Ju must be screaming in excitement and exploding right now off camera. So that's why she forgot to invite Bleach. Well, here's the thing though. He's gonna spawn at this, which is probably where the best like option for him is to chase Zhao Kan's Acrobat. But the female dancer will probably be setting up music boxes at the center, which will give the Hermit a hard time potentially.
With the Hermit coming from bottom broken though, it would be a lot more difficult for the Acrobat to utilize the window inside of Shack leading to like Red Church. So they're going to have to take a more complicated route from Graveyard Ruins all the way to the inside if they want to utilize the music boxes.
So we're now going to be hopping into the game as Bleach will be spawning at the bottom broken, and I think he'll be heading his way towards the top, towards the Acrobat, who is going to be transitioning and rotating towards the back gate. So yeah, Bleach is just going to be doing an instant connect and is able to spot Zhao Kan from a distance, try to go for, you know, a long range electro ball, which is not gonna hit that easily. So he is just going to be marching his way towards the back gate as Zhao Kan has already slammed the pallet and is ready to take the kite.
You're gonna see Zhao Kan here just kiting nicely all the way to Graveyard.
Yeah, like Zhao Kan knew he would be the target, so he already rotated out early in advance. But we do see that Bleach has insolence, so he knew that it would be very hard to like start up the first presence. And Bleach will be marching his way towards Zhao Kan, going to be using a electro ball, not being able to hit those. So currently, Bleach is just struggling, and let's see. Oh, goes for a very risky blink that did not work out. Like that blink, it's just not the best idea over there. And now Zhao Kan, but fails the mud bomb Zhao Kan over there. So now this is all of a sudden a fair trade.
Honestly, a blink is a lot more costly than an Acrobat ball though. But then again, considering he is the first kite, it would be significantly more difficult to get that black ball back, limiting his possible ball usage down to 5.
Yeah, and actually one thing to note is that that there's actually 2 tide turners in this game. I wonder if the survivors want to like end things at this game. So finally able to land the first hit, but the problem with this is that there are 4 survivors who tanked that hit, meaning that he's just 1.7 health, so that they can potentially still tank like 3 more hits before Zhao Kan is gonna go down.
Zhao Kan can probably make it all the way to the window, considering this. Yeah, and the Hermit will get his abilities cancelled with no choice but to vault the window and walk into the red fire.
Yeah, I think the thing is that really that missed blink from Bleach's end was very detrimental, just because the fact that was I feel like that was a bad blink at that part. So now actually Zhao Kan doing a pretty good job just containing Bleach, and no one is anywhere close and going down so far, so that's a pretty good. And actually the Prospectors in the vicinity prepared to Wrath, and they actually had the Prospector, or rather the Acrobat, swap to red, so that once again 4 people will be tanking this hit.
Fortunately, we're seeing that the first officer here accidentally ran into the kiting area of the Acrobat and is going to take a hit here. Possibly another one.
Oh, let's see. For a split second, I thought Bleach would go for the hit, but opts not to. But I think Bleach will have to try and like target a survivor down to exhaust tide turners, because they're double tied in this game. So if at endgame they haven't exhausted the tide turners, then the survivors can play themselves to a 4-man escape situation.
Oh. Yeah, the Bleach really just needs to tunnel someone right now and get them down, but back again on the Acrobat. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be that easy to get him down with 2 people on... No, actually 3 people on red. It's gonna be even harder to down him here using Blink, but the Acrobat was smart enough not to vault that. Either way, he wouldn't need to vault that because he has Tide and not Broken Windows.
Yeah, like we can see, Bleach is just switching targets all over the map, but this is actually putting the survivors in a pretty, like, a good position to do a 4-man escape, considering that they have 2 tide turners, which neither of them were expended, meaning that they can force rescue if they want to. So I think, nice flywheel though to cancel it out. So I think,
unfortunately, the flywheel just ended up before the flywheel, the magnet ended up pulling the hunter closer Prospector.
Yeah, so I think as a hermit you have to try and like get rid of the charge of endgame, because at endgame having multiple people tank is the last thing you want. Because like here's the thing, yes, you can hit the Prospector once now, but the Prospector is still able to stay alive, and we can see the gate is open. So actually I think this Bleach would... I don't know if Bleach can even try and get the 1-man that he wanted there.
Bleach gets 4 killed here. That's gonna put them back inside of another difficult situation.
Yeah, and like there's actually 4 people with red charge, because endgame, like I think Bleach should just have blue charge the people instead, because having everyone in red charge means that not everyone can still tank 1 hit before going down, and Bleach just cannot get a hit on this Prospector who, remember, the other side is the dungeon.
The dungeon being right there, it's very likely that this is gonna turn out a 4 escape actually. But the Prospector only has... Yeah, the Prospector has no more magnets and it misses, but unfortunately he is able to get it.
So actually with that, I think we do have a winner here, don't we?
Yep.
I think towards the end, the Bleach really got confused. The moment things not end well early, you should try to play for 1-man instead of having everyone on red charge, especially having everyone on red charge and trying to get rid of the charges. But him not doing that just did not work in his favor in this scenario.
Well, it's unfortunate that Bleach's Hermit isn't able to make as much of a scary appearance as it has in our previous matches with FJ's Bleach Hermit.
Yeah, and I really think the survivors coordinated that pretty well with multiple people tank and the acrobat lasting it out. But I just do think that it was a bit avoidable on Bleach's end because he just swaps back and forth and was a bit confused throughout the game. Because he just cannot commit himself to a target and get the one man they need to drag it onto a BO3.
I think it's unavoidable that like Bleach couldn't exactly find the one target to chase because we would want to find an easier person to chase, but who's easier to chase than the female dancer if you're already on the acrobat and you're struggling to get him?
Yeah, so I just felt like the moment you realize things are not end well, just try and secure a one man rather than swapping things back and forth and not able to commit himself to a target, because that's a thing we've seen throughout the day. Hold on. Wait, just hold on. Let me just finish typing to ASG. Yeah, so anyways, congratulations to ASG because we can see that their survivors were very good. Like the first game they were good enough for 3-man, wanted a 4-man, which didn't work, and the second game it was just they got the 4-man they wanted. But let's go into the interview VC to interview whoever wins. Yeah, so we're just going to be seeing who is going to be. Maybe I should call the interview VC slaughtering VC or dying VC because I asked people to come in to die.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hello. Wait. Who's that?
No interview?
Yeah, it's an interview, but I just don't know who is it referring to. The names you submitted as a different name, Lamar.
It's just Stickman.
Oh, just Stickman. All right. Hello. So you guys just won. How does it feel?
Amazing. This hunter so good, and we must try hard.
Yeah. Well, actually, one thing to note is that first of all, your survivors were very well coordinated throughout the game. As we see that both games that you guys had a very good start, and even managing to do a 4-man escape to end this in BO2, like that was amazing communication at your end.
Yeah, because we already have planned to do that, so
You're prepared against the hermit?
Actually, no, because we're not scared with Hermit, to be honest. We just play like, usually we play on rank.
Treat it as rank and then for free and 4-man escape as rank, right?
Yeah.
True, that's very nice. So one thing to note is also your hunter, because the first game it was a bit not that great of a start, but the hunter towards the end really managed to like grasp the few missed plays that the survivors made and turn that to a 4-man. Like I think this is a very amazing play from your hunter as well.
Yeah, Nero did very good comeback. That's one, and I mean Little Cat did amazing comeback.
Yeah, Little Cat Naru, which we all know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so once again, that was an amazing performance from both your survivors and the hunter today. So I just checked the brackets you'll be up against D24 next, which is Night Owl's team. Are you guys ready for that?
We are ready for that.
Ready for them, huh? So yeah, I can't wait to see it as you'll be playing against them in semifinals next week.
Yeah. I hope we can meet Night Owl.
Well, you'll be meeting them, so let's see what will happen, as I'm excited to watch.
Yeah. We also can't wait for that.
Yeah, I can't wait, you can't wait. Anyways, thanks the interview, and once again, congratulations for winning.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye, Stigman. All right, for everyone in the chat, we'll be taking a quick break. And after the break, we'll be heading into the last match of the quarterfinals, which will be between RYU, Jinx and God King. So we'll be taking a break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night. But I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? Was it a nightmare?
Who is that? She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night. But I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? Was it a nightmare?
Who is that? She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night. But I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? Was it a nightmare?
Who is that? She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night. But I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? it a nightmare?
Who is that? She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night, but I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? Was it a nightmare?
Who is that? She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night, but I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? Was it a nightmare?
Who is that? She rests eternally in her beloved place, and with her beloved.
I had a nightmare last night, but I don't quite remember what happened. I had that dream again.
A nightmare is often a projection of fear from real life.
Everyone seems to be hiding a secret. Perhaps I can start with that mysterious novelist and gather some useful information.
Mr. Orpheus, it would seem none of us are following the rules.
Who's there? Why am I back here? Was it a nightmare?
Who is that?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match of the quarterfinals. And unfortunately today this match I'm alone because unfortunately all my staff are not available, which sad, but it is what it is. Sad. So I guess it's back to the OG days where I do everything on my own. Yay! So the match we're going to be doing is between God King and God King and RYU Jinx, which is the final match. For God King, we have I Love Coriander, Brandon, Shirayuki, Chenmo, and Hishin. Hold on, let me just... And for RYU Jinx, we have News, Club, Boogie, MOBA, Palhex, Devastry, Linoy, and Nabil. Hold on. So yeah, this is just like a couple of names that we're familiar with, especially at God King's end. Because for God King is that we actually have someone that we know, except they're I believe from Future FT, which is the same team that won IBC. Yeah, so sorry if this feels a bit lonely, because unfortunately, I don't have any staff active, which is a sad situation. So, yeah, sorry this will be a bit quiet because I have to do both the band picks and commentating and the screens, every single freaking thing on my own, which is sad. So we're going to be moving into the BPs, and we're going to be seeing Hishin is going to be making his appearance. And we already know that he has lots of different characters, like him being a Koa hunter, IBC hunter, like one of the top. And I think he was also in Future in the winning team comp for IVA in 2022 November. So yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what is up. So we're going to be seeing the first two bands are the First Officer and the Mercenary. First Officer, Mercenary being the first two being banned here, and then the Lawyer and the Priestess are the next two being selected. So let's go into look at this team comp here. Lawyer and Priestess. So I think Rune Jinx here is definitely well prepared for any potential opera singers. This game being called Opera Singer VL, OVL, you know. The name of the game is not IVL or IDV, it's called ODV because Opera Singer is every single where. OVL, you know. Yeah, sorry in the chat if this is lonely because I had to do everything on my own. And hi Elvin. Hi Elvin, hope you're still watching. If you're still watching, let me know so I know that you're there. So we are going to be seeing the Antiquarian being banned. Lawyer, Priestess, yeah, what else are we expecting here? So the situation we are at now is that we are seeing the Lawyer and Priestess. Yeah, I'm just trying to do everything on my own, which is admittingly hard. But like currently, Hishin already banned all the rescuers, so I think he doesn't want anyone getting anywhere remotely close in terms of rescuing. We are going to be seeing the Patient, which is a decent like alternative for a rescuing role, so I guess that is what Rune Jinx wanted. So we're waiting for the last ban, and I do wonder will he be banning the Wildling, because if it's an opera singer, oh actually no, opera singer is acceptable for Wildling. I do wonder what are we possibly seeing here. Hard to tell. Okay, Coordinator. Oh, that is a very good ban. Like the fact that there's no Coordinator means that there's no stable rescuer. So I would think that the survivors would probably have to pick the Wildling as a rescuer. Okay, the acrobat is the last one. Last survivor being picked. So the survivors have to lock their team persona 2 minutes. And gosh, this reminds me of the original days where I have to do... Oh, hi, Elvin. Yeah, I'm still here. OS is applicable here, right? Yeah, it is. I mean, Opera Singer is playable against every single team comp, if you ask me. Like, Opera's... Like, the fact is that everyone knows Opera Singer isn't BO1, yet everyone still gets 4K'd over and over because no one can really find a solution for it. And yes, it is very likely Opera Singer because seeing how this band pick works. And this is really the OG days where I do everything myself. Sad face, sad face, sad face. Well. So, yep. Yeah, we just received news on the Hunter's pick, and it is indeed going to be the Opera Singer, so... Oh, the game has already started? Sin! You should have let me know next time, Sag. So... Opera Singer here, I think Opera can chase anyone. Anyone can be chased in this team comp. Like, Patient can be chased, Lawyer, yes. Acrobat, yes. Priestess, yes. So, I think it's really dependent on how, like, well-rune Jinx is prepared in terms of this game. Just because of the fact that, in theory, I think anyone is a possible being chased. Yep, called it, yeah. It's obvious it's an Opera Singer. Or else this game would not be called OVL Lamau. Anyways, we're going to be seeing the spawn selections here. Acrobat, Patient. Oh, Patient is the one spawning at the more dangerous area, but Opera Singer, I think, must have predicted it as they spawned right next to Vex's Patient, which is going to be a very dangerous situation right now because the Patient Vex will have to like use his hooks to escape, and he is actually the only one here. He's actually, like, I believe, the only one as a rescuer and with Ty Turner. So the fact that he's being chased first is going to be a potential risky situation on the survivors. So this Patient will have to try and last as long as possible, considering that this team comp is like a every man for themselves situation. Oh, dashing right off the bat. But it seems like the Shen did not see where the Patient was at the beginning of the game, but yes, it's able to see it, and I'm about to get dizzy. It's going to be making his way closer towards the Patient, gonna go for a few dashes. Slams the pallet, but nope. This is the strength of the Opera Singer. Is that her speed is very fast. Like, her speed is very fast, making it very hard to pallet mind game him. And look at this. We're talking about 30 seconds into the game, and the Patient is already down. And the Patient is the only person in the entire game with Ty Turner. So I think this should be a sell straight away. Like, the Survivors doesn't have Ty Turner. How are they going to be making this rescue? But not rescue is not a good idea, or Opera can just harass. So the Survivors should send someone in to prop Tinnitus. But it doesn't seem like they will be sending it as Shen teleported back and no one is there. Instead, it's sort of making his way towards the Priestess, but the Priestess can just escape through the portals. So I think the Survivors can now have whoever is nearby the bridge to go in and rescue, which is the Lawyer. And yes, that will be the case, as the Lawyer will be making the rescue streams. Yeah, this is not a good rotation on the part. The Lawyer is just here to drag up time, delay it. But the thing, though, is that having no Ty Turner means that there is a potential for the Lawyer to get farmed. The Lawyer still has 2 hooks here. It's going to be used one of them and is able to make onto the roller coaster, but the blink is going to come into place, so nope, it's not going to be making an escape. It's not going to be making an escape here, so that is a beautiful and decisive that's a pretty decisive move on like the opera singer's part, making sure that no rebound kites are possible. And now Shen is just going to be instantly swapping into TP because but that seems to be a bit early though, but I'm not sure if switching to teleport right off the bat is the best option. I think he can just wait out for the blink for a bit. And I don't know why the stream is so laggy. Let me try. So anyways, I'm gonna be keeping on to commentate. So Shen is just going to be like warping around the map trying to find anyone. And the priestess had already set up a portal, so that's a pretty nice move. But with the ability, Shen already set up the portal in advance, so this will be... no, it's not going to be a terror shock! Oh my words, talk about close calls, as that was indeed a very close call over there, because it was like moments for a terror shock. But nope, there goes another hit, and the priestess tries to get back on the roller coaster, but don't think she is able to, as now this will be a second down here. So actually the Cypher progress is not looking good at all. Shen is just dominating this field. So currently Shen is just gonna go out and pressure and hits. There goes the Acrobat being saved. And the Acrobat actually is still near the vicinity, but I think it's better for him to warp out and the priestess goes for a pretty smart move, trying to like outsmart or bait like the opera in the missing, not being able to. So now the priestess will be chaired for a second time. And the thing is that with 3 ciphers remaining, and I think 2 whole ciphers remaining, it'll be very hard for the survivors to even to play for a one-man out in this situation. So yes, if he is gonna spot the lawyer in the long range, and I think it's the best for the survivors to play for one man, but I also think one man is also kind of hard, because I would imagine that they still have 1 whole cipher remaining here. Yep, she's even faster than roller coaster, yes. Shen is just going to be like TPing around and is able to spot the Acrobat, but the Acrobat, like the last cipher is being decoded but it's only around 20%. The Acrobat definitely would want to last as long as possible because the Hunter already has teleport, so if he goes down, then he can instantly teleport to the lawyer, which is going to happen right off the bat, as Shen must have thought the ciphers were almost enough. But he's just going to be like mind gaming around, and it goes for a stun, but it's going to take a damage, so that's definitely not a good scenario there. And he should just cutting corners here by teleporting to the shadow, and the lawyer is not being able to last out. Like this window area doesn't have that many shadow areas to for the survivor to play with. But the lawyer is still going to go down, so let's see, will the hunter choose to chair, or will he choose to just leave the lawyer on the ground? For the looks of it, it seems like he doesn't want to chair the lawyer, instead wants to play this slow. Or is it? Nope, opts for a chair though. So this means that he's very confident that he'll get the Acrobat. Because the thing is that I think Shen knows where the dungeon is because he was at... Or actually he didn't. No, I don't think he was around the Ghost Palace. And having tinnitus now is actually very bad. I don't know why exactly did the Acrobat came close to the Hunter though, because he should have stayed hid nearby the dungeon and gambled on the Hunter not finding him. He will be setting up the roller coaster, but is that going to be the best choice here? Because the roller coaster, opera is very fast, and you're not going to be pulling off the rescue on judgment too. So with that, yes, the Acrobat is very far from the basement at that single time. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to be having a result for the first game, as Shen manages to convincingly get a 5-0 at the very first round. And honestly, I just think it was the fact that the patient early game made a bad rotation, and at that point it was very hard to reverse that from. Because I know you cannot kite against an opera, but then again, talking about going down 20 seconds into the game is actually a very fast speed. So I feel like that was actually a bit avoidable on the survivors' end, like the patient rotations probably could have been a bit better. So this 5-0 start is definitely not good news for Rune Jinx, considering the fact that this is just the first half. What happened? Patient didn't do a great first kite. Yeah, they didn't. Unfortunately, it was just the first kite was too short that it was too hard to come back at. So now the lead is on God King because now their survivors only need to do a one-man out in order to get the win. But we did see Rune Jinx's Hunter getting a 4-man elimination twice last week, so let's not count Rune Jinx out yet. Anyways, we're going to be taking a break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
If the father is a miner, so shall the son.
If you want it, come and get it.
I once thought the same.
Please, what abandon me. Oh, you don't do it, you hypocrite!
Poverty is the worst curse. But sometimes there are ways to make a change. If the father is a miner, so shall the son.
Alright, welcome back. So the situation we are at now is that yes, I'm alone, Sin is not here, or rather, I don't have any staff to help me out, so that's a oof situation for me because I have to do every single thing on my own, which is not fun. Anyways, we're going to be like doing the bands and soon, but like here's the thing I want to talk about is that if that like Moonlit River Park being selected by God King's side is actually pretty smart if you ask me, because like the situation is the Vastery is the hunter on Rune Jinx who plays for BO1, but like he's a Joseph main. But the thing is that I think God King knows that this is why they chose Moonlit River Park. Because Moonlit River Park is terrible for a Joseph. this as being a massive map at all, so the Vastry may struggle if it's going to be the photographer as we were expecting here. So yeah, because like here's the thing, like God King, GK winning the coin flip means that they can choose a map, so they chose Moonlit. And having Moonlit River Park means that this open map will be a very bad situation for should Joseph be played. So I think the Vastry is going to be having some trouble here dealing with a potentially bad map. So we're going to be heading into the BP. So the first two bans are the Seer and the Priestess, which are standard stuff. And if they are wanting to be like playing against if they want to play against like Joseph that bad, then they can actually consider to pull out stuff such as the Psychologist or the Barmaid or the Doctor, which are like all very good counters of the Joseph. Like Seer Priestess or the Vastry may like play something completely different because this is not a good map for Rune Jinx here. I'm thinking here they probably don't want to pick the Mercenary first. Because like if they pick the Mercenary first, they'll end in a bad situation. I think if it's a Joseph, we may expect Gardener, Professor, but we're going to be seeing the first two being selected now, and there's going to be the Barmaid and the Acrobat. And yeah, I think the Barmaid makes sense considering that there is still that photographer for like potential. But we're going to be seeing the Antiquarian being the next Survivor band here. So that actually opens the door for Doctor or Psychologist or Gardener, you know, just straight up Joseph counters here. So I wonder would that be the case, and what exactly does GK have up their mind with this team comp? Because because Doctor and Psychologist are both very good options against the photographer. Oh, but opt for a different approach and we'll be using the forward here. And this actually also makes sense. Because the thing is that the forward being a very strong harasser and all, and like Joseph doesn't really have much direct counters in terms of like harassing in your face. I think this approach here makes sense, having the forward being the next selected. Oops, it did not appear on the screen, hold on. So the Toy Merchant... The Toy Merchant is the last one being banned here. Toy Merchant against this team comp... Yeah, I think Toy Merchant does make sense because Joseph can't deal with flying survivors in this map. But I think now I really want to see, do they have counters, or what do they have planned? Oh, and Bomber! So yep, we're going to be seeing the Embomber as the last pick, and that's actually a very smart move. The Embomber is going to give the photographer a very hard time, just because the fact that he can respawn after being chaired, meaning that the Joseph cannot chair and, you know, do sort of like a field control on the map, and just like slow things down. Oh my god, it's Brandon. Yes, it's yeah, it's some pretty familiar names because here consists of some of the F team members, and the fact that they are in this tournament is just so shocking to me. As when I started with this tournament, like when I started hosting these tournaments, I just hosted it. I just hosted it for, you know, to let the more to add tournaments for like to like host tournaments for like the semi-competitive teams who are not good enough for IVC. But then again, we do have IVC teams, which raises the bar even more here. But we are going to be waiting on the personal locks for God King. I think if it's a Joseph, then they probably want to do a 3-9 approach. I think they would probably want a 3-9 approach. Because, yeah, Flywheel Effect isn't that effective in front of Joseph, so I'm expecting to see, like, maybe 2 or 3 borrowed time, or no, borrowed time. What's that called? Broken Windows? Just because the fact that Broken Windows is good against a Joseph. But if the Vastery has any other hunters, now would be a good time to pull it out, considering that you just cannot do a Joseph in this map against this counter comp. I mean, if he's very familiar, then yes. Okay. Okay, so yep, we're going to be seeing the smiley face here, and I don't exactly know what to say. I guess I did not expect this from the Vastery at all. Like, we know the Vastery has a photographer, but I think we all know that photographer in this map against this comp is bad. So the Vastery is like, screw it, I'm just going to flex my muscles and show a different hunter, being the Joseph and all. We did get to see the smiley face once earlier today, which did not have the best result, but this map is a much better map for smiley face. In fact, this is the smiley face's home map we're talking about here. So, hold on, let me just. Alright, no, there's just a situation here that I need to address. Yeah, so sorry if things are quiet as I'm trying to do everything alone. Anyways, yeah. There's just a situation that I had to deal with just now, but smiley face against this team comp is actually playable. Like, Ford isn't that good against a smiley face. Acrobat, I guess so. Barming, not exactly, and Bomber, not quite, cause of like, you know, the coffins can still be cancelled out by the rocket dashes. Anyway, smiley face will be spawning in an interesting place though, as he's going to be spawned in between Embalmer, Acrobat, and the Ford, meaning that this is like a Mexican buffet where he can just choose whoever he wants to chase first. And yeah, everyone in the chat, let's hype it up. Let me know if you're excited for this smiley face, as I don't know about you guys, but I truly am. Alright, so the smiley face is going to be walking around picking up some like parts, you know, to sort of get the rocket dashes. So going to be installing it here. And now I think that the question is who he would be chasing, because Ford can also be chased by a smiley face. But Devastory is in no hurry though, as he's just going to be patrolling around trying to find the first target, and he does have fast pallet braking and insolence at the same time. Alright, gonna make a dash. Ford already used a ton of football there. So now he's going to be changing and going to be opting to going for I Love Coriander Acrobat, but the Acrobat also have some bombs here to play with, as he's going to be charging up a bomb, but let's see what he'll be using. But the Devastory is just going to be rotating around the Acrobat, just trying to catch him off position, but the Acrobat is in no hurry. The Acrobat is in no hurry though, but as currently, he already dropped a firebomb, so that's why the Devastory can't exactly get close. And now you can finally get close and try to get hit, but goes for the wrong direction. Like, I Love Coriander here is just doing a very great job in not getting located or caught in a bad position. And crashes into the wall there, an unfortunate situation for Devastory, but he can just opt for a blink hit, which is exactly gonna happen. Goes for the blink attack, and now he's going to be having his level 1 presence, meaning that he does have the dash fully available, so he's gonna go for a dash here, but the Acrobat already transitioned early in advance, so I don't think Devastory is able to get the hit here as it's able to though, with a very nice rotation. That's a pretty nice move from Devastory's end. And now we're talking only around 2.5 ciphers. The first survivor is down, and this is doable for a smiley face, because a smiley face is also very good in like baiting for terror shocks. And they know it, that's why the Ford is going to instantly come in, but fails to stun though, so that means the Acrobat cannot do a rebound kite. That's a huge oof situation, and I did not even realize that the Acrobat is the only person with Tide Turner, so that the Ford is going to go down as well. Oh my god, this is something that we did not expect. The Ford goes for the stun rescue, failing, and then having them both going down here is just a huge mishap on the God King's part. Like, this is not good at all. The Ford is down over here, and now he's going to be using a parts, and he can also try and do a balloon attack if he wants to. But so now Shirayuki has to come in to make sure that the hunter cannot pick up the Brandon's Ford. Goes for the hit into the pull of the rescue, and let's see if he's able to rebound. But Ford's gonna self-heal and goes for instantly stun to making sure the Acrobat can escape. So let's see what will be Devastory's plan here. He's still gonna go after Acrobat, but the barmaid is in trying to go for the block, and I think they want the barmaid actually did not use the wine earlier, which is a bit curious, but enters the fire bomb range and now is forced to break. That's a beautiful move from Coriander's side, but Devastory is just mind gaming, and Coriander is just having Devastory's number in terms of the mind game. But let's see, does he still have bombs to use? I don't think he does. Nope, he doesn't. And down goes the Acrobat. And actually this is a very... I think it's possible for the hunter to get a 4K if he wants to, because the Ford actually did not heal up over there, which I'm not sure is the best move. And yes, they're now going to heal up the Ford, but the barmaid... But now that also means that the barmaid does not have any abilities left. And another thing we should note is that the last 3 ciphers are all at the left side of the map. On the left side of the map. So this can pose like a potential risk on the survivor's end, because that means that it'll be very easy for Smiley Face to dash around and do a field control. So the survivors will have to pick their moves very carefully now. And Bomber Nasi goes for the blink, and down goes it. Will the Smiley Face chair, or will he field control? I think it's better for him to not chair and just let the Embalmer like waste his self heal, and that's gonna be the case, as he's gonna go after Shirayuki's barmaid now. Oh, but the Cypher is almost primed from the barmaid side, so now this would sort of confine the Devastory towards where the last Cypher is, and he's gonna turn around making sure that they won't heal. Because the fact that the last Cypher is almost primed means that the Devastory cannot leave too far away from the Cypher. I think it's around 80-something% at this point. So the Devastator is just going to be like rotating around, is able to catch the Ford in a bad position, but Ford tried to fly away effect, not being able to, so now the Ford is in risk of going down, and the Ford has no self-heal. But Shirayuki, or rather the Devastator there, wanted to make sure that the barmaid isn't back trying to steal the cipher, and with 3 people in half health, this is it's anyone's game. Shirayuki is trying to make his way back to the cipher at the Death Bridge, which the Devastator does not know. And actually, one thing to note, the Embalmer is being chased, and actually, hold on, Embalmer does not have borrowed time. This is one thing, so the Embalmer should instantly respawn now, which he's not going to, which I think he'll be respawning after he gets placed on the chair, which is going to be the case, because the Embalmer having no borrowed time means that they cannot afford for things to go wrong. I think the survivors can just choose to pop at the second, because if they're going to wait, then they're going to put themselves in a more bad position. Endgame, Ford is going to run and purposely take a hit, just to like get a speed boost. As Shirayuki and the Embalmer Sab will be making their way towards like the back gate, and a bit of a mind game situation. But yeah, I think the Ford here is just going to be containing the Hunter at the back of the map. So with that, I think this is going to be more likely a tie scene where both the Hunter and both the Embalmer and the barmaid is there. So this is going to be a tie situation. But oh my goodness, what a game from both sides. Like, the game started well for the survivors, Acrobat lasting a long time, and then the Hunter sort of reversed it when he insta farmed the Acro and then got the down on the Forward. But then the survivors managed to rebound from that situation, and I think I would like to applaud the Acrobat specifically, as he did very good mind gaming around the Vastery and just making sure that he never had like a clean cut down and just dragging out necessary time. The Smiley Face played well, and the Acrobat also played well. If you ask me, I think both sides played pretty well in this situation. So actually, a 7-2 score is definitely acceptable for GK's end, but I think the question is it acceptable is this really acceptable for Rune Jinx? Like, 7-2 will be hard to reverse, so I think their plan is also to just try and win BO2 and 3 instead, because it'll be way too hard to reverse things at this point of time. Against 7-2 in a round will be pretty hard, so I think it will be like more favorable for Rune Jinx to try and win BO2 and BO3. Anyways, yeah, that was a very good game, like one game where both sides performed exceptionally. So we'll be taking a quick break, and I'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
Greed is the bait that drives the blind devotion of the foolish. Arrogance is original sin, and how dare you covet the demon's service?
When lava flowed through the heart, I heard an ancient pulse. It is calling out to me.
I see it! I finally see it! Yet the eyes that gaze upon this are more than one set. Greed is the bait that drives the blind devotion of the foolish. Arrogance is original sin, And how dare you covet the demon's service?
When lava flowed through the heart, I heard an ancient pulse. It is calling out to me.
I see it! I finally see it! Yet the eyes that gaze upon this are more than one sect. Greed is the bait that drives the blind devotion of the foolish. Arrogance is original sin. And how dare you covet the demon's service?
When lava flowed through the heart, I heard an ancient pulse. It is calling out to me.
I see it! I finally see it! Yet the eyes that gaze upon this are more than one sect. Greed is the bait that drives the blind devotion of the foolish. Arrogance is original sin. And how dare you covet the demon's service?
When lava flowed through the heart, I heard an ancient pulse. It is calling out to me.
I see it! I finally see it! Yet the eyes that gaze upon this are more than one sect. Greed is the bait that drives the blind devotion of the foolish. Arrogance is original sin. And how dare you covet the demon's service?
When lava flowed through the heart, I heard an ancient pulse. It is calling out to me.
I see it! I finally see it! Yet the eyes that gaze upon this are more than one sect. Greed is the bait that drives the blind devotion of the foolish. Arrogance is original sin. And how dare you covet the demon's service?
When lava flowed through the heart, I heard an ancient pulse. It is calling out to me.
I see it! I finally see
Yet the eyes that gaze upon this are more than one set. Greed is the bait that drives the blind devotion of the foolish. Arrogance is original sin. And how dare you covet the demon's service?
When lava flowed through the heart, I heard an ancient pulse. It is calling out to me.
I see it! I finally see it!
Alright everyone, we're back with more IMR action, and so here's the situation we're at. Well, the situation we are currently at is that Jinx is, or rather GK is in the lead by a score of 7-2. So now this is going to put the pressure on, this will put a lot of pressure on like Jinx to try and win this round. Hold on, so let me just type things. So now let's head into the BP screen, and really I do apologize for the like for the quiet stream, because I unfortunately am alone, so I have to do like managing the teams and also setting the screens and commentating all on my own, which is not a fun, but that's how I did back at my early days of hosting, so I guess that's the situation I have to deal with now. Yay me! Oh. Hold on. So the situation is, so the Chinatown already been selected by which team chose it? Oh, Jinx chose Chinatown. while Sacred Heart Hospital has been banned, so I think the logic behind banning Sacred Heart is to prevent any sneaky Josephs, because Sacred Heart Hospital is the one map where Joseph excels at. So now we're going to be heading into the bans. We're going to be seeing the Seer and the Toy Merchant being banned here as Hishin is going to be removing these characters. And I do imagine that the Opera Singer is highly likely to be banned in this situation, because the Opera Singer is the hunter that sort of ran Jinx over, so I would imagine that they do not want to deal with the Opera Singer. But I do wonder, what does the toy merchant band lean towards? I think it leans towards like a walking hunter, because the walking hunter does not like flying survivors. So we do receive the news is that opera singer is indeed banned off camera, which is on screen now, and the survivors, the first two are the mercenary and the prospector. So I think Jinx here wants to be like more aggressive, like they have to choose the more stable and important characters first, because if they don't win BO2, then there is no BO3. So I think this mercenary pick makes sense, and and the prospector is sort of like a character to reverse a bad game, because sorry about that. This happens when I talk too much, which happens now. But anyways, mercenary prospector, yeah, like in this meta you need to have a character that reverses a bad early game should that happen. And because like the thing is that for survivors, dying early doesn't necessarily mean game over, as long as you have a character that can sort of like reverse a bad early start. And that's what Prospector is for. Prospector's Magnet is beautiful in rebound kite, especially the advantage that Pros has over the Antiquarian is the Prospector is not afraid of being have infinite items where Antiquarians will run out. So the patient is the last one, and yes, this is leaning walking hunters, because like they removed both of the flying survivors. So mercenary, prospector, and bomber and acrobat. Like in theory, this team looks pretty strong. Like acrobat can kite, and bomber sort of like reverses bad start, and the prospector magnets. I think the scenario or the situation here is that the prospect is that Hishan is probably going to play a hunter that does not have fast moving abilities, seeing that they removed both the toy merchant and also the patient, which are flying survivors. Bonbon is possible here though, because Bonbon is a walking survivor that does not like it. And let's see, Wax Artist is also possible. I think, but does Bonbon ban the Seer though? I'm thinking what other walking survivors are there. Clerk is also possible, but hold on. So we're going to be seeing the hunter selected as the Galatea, but I feel like the sculptor against this team comp, I'm not 100% certain though, because like the prospector can stun the stun the Galatea, and bomber is very good against the Galatea when respawning. Acrobat 50-50. I think this is a 50-50 team comp, if you ask me. Like, I can see this working out for both the survivors and the hunter, so it's a true 50-50. Oh! Well, basically what happened is that we have someone that did not leave the spectators again. Okay, so we're going to be heading into the game between we're going to be heading the game in between God King's Hunter and Rune Jinx's Survivor, and now let's hop into the in-game to see what is exactly going on. So the spawn selection, Merc taking the center, Embalmer and Prospector at the right, and Acrobat at the left. So, yeah, let's see. Then because for Galatea, I think the best choice is to chase the Acrobat. Embalmer is not favorable though, because the Embalmer can easily drop a coffin in a very high place and then just respawn, making the Galatea waste a lot of time trying to locate. So we're going to be seeing that the Galatea is actually spawning in between the Acrobat and the Prospector. So I think it depends on who he wants to chase first. Because both the Acrobat and the Prospectors are also like likely candidates, I think it's more a personal preferences. Prospector may be better just because Prospector is weak early game due to the fact that he only has 1.5 magnets. Oh, alright, let's go. And hi Elvin, hi Melly Solo, and hi Monica. So we're gonna be heading into the game. Hishen will be making his way towards Judgment's Prospector. So it does seem that he wants to target the Prospector due to the fact that Prospector's weak early game. But it's going actually to opting a mind game situation, rather going to be like doing the red light trick. But who is his actual target though? Because I feel like the Prospector is the best target for him. But here he's actually going to be marching his way towards, I think it's the Embalmer. But I don't think chasing the Embalmer... Oh no, it's not the Embalmer, it's the Acrobat. Then yes, it's also reasonable. But as I said, both the Acrobat and the Prospector are reasonable chases. But the Acrobat already slammed the pallet, and with the help of the broken windows, he's going to be like making a speed boost. But oh, that was a very nice statue that unfortunately did not push back. And here, the Acrobat is just going to be using a firebomb on the ground, forcing Hishen to go through it. But despite Hishen not having statues, he's dangerously close in distance. I do wonder, would it be better if he chose to use a mud bomb rather than a firebomb over there? Oh, so goes for the down, and now he's going to be using a mud bomb and vault through once again. But for a split second, I thought Hishen would be trying to go for aggressive blink, which he is going to be doing now. Tries to use the statue to push back, but not being able to. The Acrobat does have a white bomb, but not being able to use it though, as the chip sort of cut it off, and down goes the Acrobat. So if we look at the situation, it's actually acceptable because the first wave of ciphers is already around 70 to 80%. So I think it is like acceptable for both ends, a 50-50. Like, I can see this end in both ways, depending on what will happen in this camp. But the mercenary is going to be hiding from a distance. I do wonder, would they be trying to do an overhead rescue? Oh, it is a mercenary! Oh, so actually, the mercenary ended up getting away with only one chip. It's actually pretty nice because now they can potentially have the mercenary to go for a second rescue if they want to. Because the Galatea still does not have full presence at this point of time, the Acrobat should try and make sure that he does not give the Hunter full presence here, which, yep, no full presence. And I think the question now is that if the survivors... Oh, but the mercenary actually got chipped a second time. I did not even realize that. So now given the situation, I think it's better for the survivors to just sacrifice. Because the Hunter has one more chip from full presence, and like rescuing here, it does pose some kind of danger. Especially considering the fact that there's still 2 ciphers remaining, and I think it would be pretty hard to like keep the Acrobat alive against a full presence Galatea. So yep, it does seem like the sacrifice will be here, but Hishen here will be using a CCTV onto the mercenary, just want to slow ciphers down. Club's going to be retreating, and the question is then, what will the survivors choose now? Because I think this is still like anyone's game to lose, because there's 1.5 cipher. But Hunter's gonna go for teleport, knowing where the mercenary is, so the mercenary will be using an elbow pad, and the only saving grace right now is that it's still not full presence, meaning that it'll be hard for the Hunter to land chips. And Vex using another beautiful elbow pad to escape, and this game is really anyone's game to lose. Like, I feel like it can end in either ways. The Merc is doing a very great job in not getting chipped. And unfortunately, it does end up getting chipped. But I think he did buy up a decent amount of time here. But now he's going to be like targeting the Embalmer instead, as he knows that the ciphers would be enough, so he will be ignoring the Prospector on the ground. But the Embalmer can just easily like use his skills to try and escape. But or rather, no, that was the Prospector. Never mind, the Prospector will have to try and not die where the last cipher is. Goes for a stun, but that is a kind of a short stun though. Oh, Flywheel affects, and it ends up getting chipped once. So, but He-Shen here, let's see, what is his choice? He will be continue to be wanting to down this Prospector. Prospector evading, not wanting to get chipped, but still end up going down. The survivors now will have to think carefully on if what their choice will be, because the hunter knows where the last cipher is, so they cannot easily go back to that cipher to decode. And I think the Embalmer haven't even spectated the Prospector there, so this is a very dangerous situation for the survivors now. Like, he's gonna target the Embalmer, but he did not realize that the mercenary just sneakily glided past him. Does realize now, and I think it all depended on. Ooh, that was a very beautiful statue. One to block him, and the mercenary getting chipped twice. Can the mercenary make it though? The mercenary cannot get chipped even once more. Oh! Evades it, so there goes the rescue. It was a barely before half rescue, which is one saving grace. And the magnet over there ended up using it onto the mercenary, so the Prospector is not being able to escape. The Prospector will get chipped, but there is one more magnet to save, and the Prospector will have to do anything he can to survive. But okay, alright, does end up going down though, but there is the coffin in play here, so that's going to be a saving grace. I think here, because like he placed it at the last cipher, but then I thought that the hunter would try to teleport, and yep, it does seem like that is what he wants to do here. We'll be teleporting, but how is the last cipher progress? If the last cipher is almost done, then they'll have to rush it open, but 92%, 93%. Oh, goes for the hit, doesn't miss. He's being too like aggressive here. So let's see. This is everything lasts. Okay, goes for the pop, and they barely manages to rush it open. Talk about everything being very so intense, as that was indeed intense. The Prospector, using his invincibility, does manage to force the gate open, and that's the saving grace. But then again, the gate, is the gate even enough? 44%. They're trying to rush it, but can they though? Like, because like He-Shen is just gonna let a barrage of statues. 84%. He has no more statues. Is the gate done? Yes, it is. And now they're going to be rushing out of the gate. Barely managed to clone to stay alive. And oh my gosh, that's such an intense game. This game, I'm gonna call it, is going to be entering the top, because both sides perform phenomenally. The survivors did well, the hunters did well, and it's just so fitting to end in a tie, because both sides did pretty well. Like, in one point, it looks like a 4-man elimination for the survivors, but then again, with the Prospector respawning and rushing it open, ensuring to them him buy enough time for his teammates there, Race came in clutch, and I just love that game. What a play from both sides. Both sides did pretty well in that game, and really, it's still anyone's game to lose, seeing this is a 7-2 and a 2-2 now. So let me just update the scoreboard. So now it's a 7-2 and 2-2, but it's possible for GK to end it should they get a free escape next round. So should GK get a free escape next round, then it will be over on spot. But that was amazing performance from RYU, and I cannot wait to see more live action of IMR. Anyways, I'm going to be taking a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
Let's see, who is our new October Queen?
Here's my chance, take on it, 'cause it's calling out to me.
Where have you gone, my naughty kitty?
the crown, then my dreams will align to hold him once again and to see her smile.
Meow. But the crown is mine. Wow, 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 wow. Time to live it up. The night has only begun. Better catch that kitty by the time mysterious time. Hurry up and get to it now, 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 now.
All right, enough with the games. The people are ready. The crown awaits.
The crown!
And the crown chooses its queen. Father and daughter unite with glee. Raising the dead was just a bait, you see. For a hopeful heart is the sweetest prey.
Round and round the story goes. Where it ends, no one knows. Meow.
Let's see, who is our new October Queen?
Here's my chance, take on it, cause it's calling out to me.
Where have you gone, my naughty kitty?
Light up the night, eyes up to the skies. If I wear the crown, then my dreams will align to hold him once again and to see her smile.
Meow. But the crown is mine. Wow, 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 wow. Time to live it up. The night has only begun. Better catch that kitty by the time mysterious time. Hurry up and get to it now, 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 now.
All right, enough with the games. The people are ready. The crown awaits.
The crown!
And the crown chooses its queen. Father and daughter unite with glee. Raising the dead was just a bait, you see. For a hopeful
Alright, welcome back to more Oops, IMR action. Knocked my mic. And oh my gosh, was that intense when they were rushing to scrambling to get their cipher open. That was just insane. Like, talk about the close call. Like, should they fail to rush it, the game would end in a whole different. So we're going to So now we're going to be heading into the BP, and yes, this also will be potentially the last game because GK already had the first round won. So should the hunter get a should the survivors get a free man escape, then this is going to be game over. Alright, so yeah, let's head into the BP screen as we're going to begin. So I think the match point BGM should be in play here. Let's see, band pick screen. There we go. Match point BGM will be in play. Let me see that I have the correct BGM on playing. Yes, I did. Intense BGM. So the first two bands are the Seer and the Priestess, just going to be removing the more like meta characters, meta picks, and doesn't want to deal with any pesky portals or pesky owls. So yeah, hold on, I messed up the order. So it's Barmaid in the Perma band and not Toy Merchant. Let me fix it first. So Seer and Priestess are banned, so I think if the survivors want a free escape, they can they can afford to be a bit more risky here, and if things really don't work out, they can just go for a play for a tie. And yeah, Seer Priestess, I'm thinking maybe they can consider to choose they can't just choose like the more stable characters. And because from what we know, Lenoi is a Bloody Queen main, because like last week we learned that she was a Bloody Queen main. So, or here she is a Bloody Queen main. So would the BQ be banned here though? Because BQ is a Thai character. And I remember they also played Night, or did, oh, they also played the Night Watch too. I think it would be better to ban the Night Watch and leave out the Bloody Queen, because Bloody Queen is a Thai character, while for the Night Watch there is a potential 3K and 4K situation. Oh, but never mind, it seems that God King is just going to be played safe, as they'll be getting rid of the opera singer, and they chose the Ford and the Psychologist to begin the round. And I think it makes sense, like Ford harass and Psychologist to correct, to like sort of act like a fail-safe should the Ford get injured. Hold on. We're waiting on the next pick on RYU and Jinx's side. So with both the Ford and the Psychologist, like we know a Bloody Queen and Night Watch are possible here. And actually going to be banning the cheerleader, I'm calling it. This screams Bloody Queen. Like, I don't think Night Watch necessarily needs a cheerleader ban, but I do imagine that Bloody Queen needs. Because Lenoi apparently is the A badge BQ, so that makes sense. And the Prospector being picked here, so I think this really opens the door. It really opens up the door for the Bloody Queen should he want to. I mean, there is the Ford to give the Bloody Queen a hard time. The Ford can give the Hunter a hard time, and the Psychologist can tank an extra hit. But I think Bloody Queen is playable here if we're talking about an A badge Bloody Queen. But if this team come up, Prospector is chaseable. Ford, not exactly, but we can see some excitement for it. And actually Chinatown, but BQ is not strong in Chinatown though. That's one thing we should be concerned about. So yeah, so I do wonder why exactly was Chinatown picked if you're going to be depending on your BQ. Alright, Toy Merchant is the last survivor being banned here. I mean, yeah, if it's a Bloody Queen, probably wants the Toy Merchant gone too. So, let me think what else is possible to end up. Like, if they want to prevent a Bloody Queen, they can actually choose Barmaid. Because I can see Barmaid, oh never mind, Barmaid is in the permabans here. So, nope. Oh, Gardener! Gardener actually, yes, it's also playable. It's also playable against the Bloody Queen too. So that's actually a very smart move from GK's side. It's playable. Oh, for context, the Hunter revealed his pick before the personal locks, which is a kind of a blunder move. So we're waiting on the Survivor's persona, but now they have the information on what Hunter is likely gonna appear. Alright, so I do wonder what yeah, so they end up revealing it. So I do wonder what personas are we going to be seeing here. Because if like they are aware that it's a Bloody Queen main, then they may choose a lot of flywheel effects. But then Linoy can end up choosing something that's not afraid of flywheel effects, aka Clerk, Wax Artist, both are not afraid. Spy, yeah, it's a spy. Well, I'm thinking if it's a Bloody Queen, it's 50-50 because the 4 can give the BQ a hard time. Psycho can give the BQ a hard time. Gardener's 50-50. Let's see. But if it's a night, like we did also see Night Watch. Night Watch is playable. I mean, Night Watch is fine against a Prospector. It's a 50-50 situation. Oh, and for in context, the survivors announced their personas right at the very last second when time would exceed. And so it's going to be the Bloody Queen, as we all are not surprised about due to the fact they accidentally leaked the pick earlier. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the potential last match. Because should GK manage a free escape from here, then it'll be over. But if it's a tie, the game will continue. And we know that Linoy is like one of the A badge Bloody Queens. So I am very excited to see, because we didn't get to see the BQ as their opponent did their homework and banned the Bloody Queen prematurely. So this time we finally get to see the Bloody Queen into play here, so I think we should all be excited to see some A-Bash BQ gameplay. As I also think this is like the BQ's the butt in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. We haven't seen much Bloody Queens in this tournament so far, so this is like the first BQ game. Yeah, but I think BQ's 50-50, but it's a 50-50 between a tie and a free escape, because they do have the forward to harass Gardener, and Psychologist can tank extra hits so that the BQ cannot get a knockdown. But I think tie is doable, like it's doable here though. Anyways, this is the potentially last match, so let's see how the teams will be playing, seeing this is potentially the last match. We are seeing a Prospector taking, yeah. Like this is a bad map for the Bloody Queen too, because the thing is that the Bloody Queen just cannot harass properly in this map. Or cannot use the merge properly because there's some 2 stories in play. Oh, going to be spawning next to the Prospector, which is the best target for the BQ because Prospector magnets. So I think right now the question here though is how exactly would like the GK Survivor here do if they want to get this free man escape? Because I think the forward will be the key, as the Prospector in theory should be going down in 2 magnets, but depending on how many flywheel effects they bring. Let me go and check their personas to see how many flywheels are there. Oh, actually they had 4 flywheel effects. Well, I guess that's the consequence of of RYU and Jinx's hunter accidentally leaking their personas, their hunter pick. Anyways, Leonie will be spotting Sab's psychologist and will be using a mirror, and Leslie is able to get the hit right off the bat. Is that the power of an A-badge Bloody Queen? Because like that is a very long range mirror, still able to get the hit is very impressive. And now the BQ will be chasing the psychologist on raw foot here. And hold on, like in theory the psychologist shouldn't go down too fast against the BQ, but this first hit being hit changes the story entirely, as he's walking into a bad spot here that the BQ can easily use a mirror on. Let's see, mirror, any flywheels? Oh, no flywheel there. But not being able to utilize the flywheel effect, so that's the second hit, and we're only talking about 60 seconds into the game. So now the Bloody Queen surely has got the psychologist in a very good spot. Will he be blinking? Yep, he will be blinking through wanting to get the Psycho down on raw foot, but that may not work though, because the Psycho already entered the pallet area and she also has a flywheel effect. I feel like that is not the best blink on the Bloody Queen's part, and the fourth in the vicinity ready to protect the psychologist will be using a mirror, but that mirror is not in the best spot, and there is also flywheel effect to work with, so yep, flywheel will be coming to play. The fourth goes for the stun, and a beautiful stun there, just allowing the Psycho to escape, so we'll be going for the fourth, but the fourth also uses the flywheel effect, so really the personal choices on the GK Survivor's part are really coming into play now, as they're able to evade all types of hit. And I don't know if the BQ chasing the fort here is the best decision, considering the fact that... Oh, but the fort getting hit here though. Here's the thing, I'm not sure if chasing the fort is the best decision, because the fort still has almost a full football to use. Let's see. Yep, goes for like a lot of football. And able to mind game it. The Brandon doing a pretty good job here in evading so far, and he still has half a football to work with. Like, Linoy started well, but the Forge came and changed everything, and now the Prospector is also in the play here. Like, the teams are just going to be musical chairs, and goes for the stun. Pulls the Hunter towards the stun now, and just like harassing, making sure the BQ cannot get a clean hit towards the fort and get the first down. Another mirror's coming in play, but this mirror seems to be a bit short. The Prospector able to block for it, but not then the Prospector might gain chase instead, or will it still be the fort? Let's see what is going to be Linoy's choice. Still going to be the fort, but the fort still has half a football to work with. Yeah, so now going to be rotating around, and the Force does have a football, and he can just wait patiently. So the Bloody Queen now is just going to be trying to harass the outside field, managing to catch the Prospector and Psychologist. So let's see, Prospector. Oh, the Psychologist is able to block for it. The Prospector's flywheel effects coming into play, because this game, the Survivors having 4 flywheel effects is definitely coming into play now, as they expected this Bloody Queen. So that's why they dared to do something like this. And currently, Linoy just cannot commit himself to a target. Like, Linoy just cannot commit himself to a target. And the Survivors are all just taking turns blocking each other. Goes for the hit on the Prospector. Is he able to, though, place themselves in a good position? Let's see. This hit will be crucial. Gardner able to block. This is really just non-stop body blocking. And the Psycho and the 4 are healing each other up outside, which is a good news. So let's see who is the one being chased now. It's the Gardener, who also has a flywheel effect. But maybe the Gardener chase is the best option, considering the fact that the Gardener does not have borrowed time. Oh, let's see, flywheel effect. Yep, beautiful flywheel. Goes for the switch, and I think we'll use a blink. Yep. There goes the blink, finally being able to come into play. But both the Prospector and the 4 are in here. Okay. The Prospector goes and Prospector canceling the magnet though, and they want to get this block because the Gardener had no time, had no borrowed time, so that's why they cannot afford the Gardener getting hit, or else this would be a complete whole different story here. Like, I believe the Cyphers are primed, they just need to stun the Hunter far away. Oh no, it's not primed actually. Oh, there, down goes the Gardener, but the Prospector's still in the vicinity. And let's see, the Fort not having enough to stun, doesn't have enough football to stun, but the Prospector, magnets gone. Let's see, no more magnets. Oh, Force does enough to stun though, and is able to get the block off. So I think they can't approach endgame without anyone being on chair, because the Bloody Queen doesn't have any more mirrors. This is some phenomenal teamwork, and now he wants to hit the psychologist priming the cipher. Let's see. He's going to swap. So now it's all on the psychologist now because the psychologist cannot go down. Well, the survivors definitely would need to have everyone hurry here and have 2 people heal each other up. The good news is the 4 already touched the last cipher, so let's see. Going to harass the 4 is gonna pop, and we will be approaching endgame with no one on chair. I think it will be pretty hard for a tie situation, but he can definitely try and get the psychologist down. Yep, another flywheel effect. Yeah, I think leaking out the hunter pick. I don't know if the survivors knew, but leaking out the hunter pick is definitely like a huge blunder on Rune Jinx's part. The prospector may be in the vicinity, but I actually feel like the prospector should be leaving though. Like, prospector being here is pretty dangerous considering the fact that he would go down in 1 mirror. Flywheel? Oh, able to bait out the flywheel though, but the prospector making a U-turn at the last second to stay alive. And down goes the prospector, but with 2 survivors down, let's not count Rune Jinx out of this yet. Because if possible, they can still get a free man from this situation. Because the psychologist can self-heal herself up. So now the question is, oh, the gardener is here? Oh, the gardener must have used the shield to block the bubble. Yes, why didn't I recall that? And now Lenoy would have to try and locate the psycho instead, but the psychologist is nowhere there. It's like every single move that the survivors did, all is leading up to this moment. So, yeah, we can see that let's see, I think both the gardener and the prospector should be able to get out. Let me check the gate progress. Yeah, I think the gate was not yet done. I'm actually a bit confused on what's going on, but I think the gate should be done over there. And the tension is about to run out, so the Psycho is the only one that can be chased. But with the end of the tension, the Fort can also come in to harass. Oh, Psycho gonna go down, and let's see what the Serfs do. But I think they can just easily take the free man escape. Oh, Psycho will be chaired, but it seems as though the survivors want more stuff as they're going to be digging chests. But I really think it's just better if they just all get out and take the win. But okay, Ford will be spot though. Let's see, what did Ford get? Oh, a flywheel effects away and realize that someone wants to go in and harass. It's just like the survivors are just like having fun right now. The format cannot block for the psychos. So now it's literally just everyone here, and yeah, like having 4 flywheel effects is really just going to come into play now, and they are able to save the psychologist though, and I think they just want to end this game in style. Oh, the prospector managing to cancel out the mirror. Like, the Psycho was about to get hit, but it got cancelled out. So I think the Psycho should be able to make it out, or rather, not exactly TP. So now it all depends on this block, but not being able to block for the psychologist. And the gardener who is in half of it is still also nearby. So I think the survivors need to do what they can to make sure the gardener is going to get towards the gate. Like, the Fort and the prospector can stay behind, but not the gardener for certain. And yeah, gardener. Yeah, both the Fort and the psychologist there, but I think the gardener should be leaving now, because the gardener is in half health. Made the rescue off, but can they have sent anyone out though? Because this is a mirror, and oh, 2 hits in 1 stone. He got 2 hits. He hit both the prospector and the Fort in 1 stone. So now everyone will have to make their way out. Which, let's see, gardener out, Fort out, psychologist out, prospector gets left behind. And with that, I do think we have another 2-0 victory here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I forgot to change it, by the way. Oops, this is the correct winner screen. So congratulations goes to GK for defeating Rune Jinx and advancing 2-0 as the last place here, or rather the last team in the semi-finals. So honestly, I just felt like the personal choices and the decision making and the team coordination from GK was very good. Like they did multiple blocks, had 4 flywheel effects, was prepared for the BQ, and just really the teamwork and taking turns and harass all played off. Like BQ started very good, but really the teamwork of GK is just too phenomenal. And I think GK announced everyone that they are a force to be reckoned with. So yeah, I think now we know why are the top seeds, the top 4 seeds, the top 4 seeds. Seeing 3 out of the 4 manages to 2-0. So anyways, congratulations goes to God King for such a beautiful match. So yeah, once again, like I really loved how GK survived. Both GK Survivor and Hunter did. Both sets performed pretty well, and I'm excited to see more from GK. And really, that was just amazing gameplay. Anyways, I'm gonna hop into the interview VC to see who is the one getting slaughtered by me today. But really, 4 flywheel effects, that was... oh my gosh. Yeah, so we're currently just waiting to see who is the one in the Slaughter VC today. Interview VC, Slaughter VC. But damn, oh gosh. Did GK had a good strategy here? Yep. Yeah, it's a tradition of IMR. When a team wins, the winner will send someone to die or rather to get interviewed. Oh, hello there.
Hello.
Oh, hello. It's Brandon, right?
Oh no.
Maybe. or if you want, both of you can interview at the same time if you want. Depending on what you guys want.
No need. Captain interview. Yeah.
all right. So you'll be interviewing, right, Shen? I guess so. Anyway, so you guys just won. How does it feel?
Empty.
Emptiness. Well, that's one way to answer it. So first of all, like your opera singer was pretty phenomenal from how fast you downed the patient to just how well you field control, and I really liked how you just like dominated with the opera singer, and it was an amazing performance at the first round.
All
right. Yeah, and another thing I want to ask is that how you, because like in the smiley face at one point at the Moonlit River Park, the match against the Joker, at one point it was pretty intense because both the forward and the acrobat went down. Yes, you managed to reverse that. So do you want to let us know like how did you guys manage to reverse from that to like dangerous situation? If you want, you can actually interview by Chinese. I can speak Chinese. 你需要我用普通话吗？
是啊，因为听不懂。
哦，好的，那么我用普通话重新问一下吧。那么好啊，那么你们赢了之后心情怎么样？
就开心。
开心。好，那么就第一场你的歌剧演员就是表现的非常好，就是你就很快的打倒病患，然后就后面 就直接控场拿下了4抓。我觉得那一场的歌剧演员真的很赏心悦目，然后表现得很好。然后呢，我就是想问呢，就是第一场就是打小丑的那一场呢，那个就是田丰和杂技演员都倒下的时候，那一下其实比较危险，但是你们还是保平了，就是能说一下你们是怎么做到的吗？
蓝美，你要回答，这是你答。
因为主要原因就是 BP 做得好吧，就是角色选到好，我们有选到一个调酒，所以才可以平局，不然应该是平不了的那个节奏。如果没有调酒的话，
对，我觉得那个调酒其实挺关键的，后面帮他自己和还有前锋回血了，是挺关键的。
所以BP 很重要。对。
Yeah. So I asked them about how did they get a tie in the smiley face, and they said that the BP was very important as they had the barmaid, as they felt like had they not selected a barmaid, they could not have tied from that situation. 然后呢，就是说起 BP 呢，我就是想说一下最后一场呢，你们是知道那个是红夫人是吧？因为选了4个飞人，很针对红夫人的，你们那个阵容还有那个天赋都是很针对红夫人的，有心理学家和园丁，还有4飞人，还有搏命飞人园丁。
主要这个图酸汤也不太有机会用得到，所以飞人会比较多人带一点。
是这样。Yeah, so I asked about the flywheel effect, like the 4 flywheel effects they brought, and they said that they felt like Broken Windows is not that good in the Chinatown, so they decided to bring more flywheels. 好，那么下一场你们的对手是 Reason， 都是昨天赢的 RS， 你们有信心吗？
尽力而为。
All right. I asked them they'll be playing against Reasons next week. Are they confident? And they said they'll try their best. 好的，那么就谢谢你们接受访问，然后再次恭喜你们获胜，进入准决赛。
谢谢。
好，谢谢。好，谢谢接受采访。All right, for everyone, this will be the end of this match or this week's IMR. But stay tuned and make sure to check out my channel because IMR is not over yet. As the next week will be the final week of IMR Chapter 4, where the top 4 teams, which are DD247, Reason, ASG, and God King, these 4 teams are all going to be battling each other, where only one team would come on top. As the 4 teams will battle for the semifinals, and then we'll be seeing a BO5 finals to end the game. So make sure to stay tuned, everyone. This is Invisible Jung. Thank you all for tuning in for today's IMR, and I'll see y'all next week. See you in a bit, guys. Bye-bye.